Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think we'll get started now. My name is Councillor Tom Bennett. I'm one of the Vice Chairman of the Planning Applications Committee, and I'm chairing tonight's committee. With me to my right are my fellow councillors, and it'll be the five of us that are making the decisions tonight. I will let them introduce themselves, starting from the end with Walla.
Good evening, everyone. Walla Idris, Brompton and Handstown Councillor.
Good evening, Emma Dent-Code, Girlbourne Ward.
Good evening, everybody. This is Dorish Metterling, Councillor in Pembridge Ward.
Evening, Maxwell Wood, Queensgate Ward.
And then to my left is the officer team who will be presenting the cases and advising us on tonight's cases. They're led tonight by Katie Hurrell, who's to my immediate left, and I will introduce the other officers as and when is necessary. We'll start with apologies. I assume there are no apologies for absence. Certainly the whole committee's here. Are there any declarations of interest by members of the committee?
There are two cases being heard from Pembridge Ward. As it's in my ward, I shall be stepping back for those two cases. Thank you.
Okay. And anyone else? No, I have one declaration, the case on Cresswell Place. I'm not 100% sure who the applicant is, but I suspect that I do know the applicant, but I don't know them well. I haven't discussed the case with them, and I feel confident I can keep an open mind about that case, so I will not be recusing myself from that case, but I just wanted to make that declaration. Are there any other declarations beyond declarations of interest? No?
Sorry, yes. Before we go on, just for the minutes, let me just confirm that Councillor Schmetterling, his interests are for items N97, N98 and N96.
Is that right, Councillor Schmetterling? N97,
I'll
N98,
just check. It's Pembridge Villas, that's right. Well, 1 to 3 Claridge Gardens, and there's two applications for Pembridge Villas, two cases. And those are those three of them, yeah. Thank you.
Great. The next item is to sign off the minutes from the previous committee held on the 6th of July. Members will have had a chance to read the minutes beforehand. Does anyone have any comments or happy for me to sign those off?
I was there, I agreed.
Do I need to physically sign those off?
No comments as I wasn't present.
No. Well, yes, that's true. Yes, I've got a copy here. Yeah, so I'll just sign those. Okay. Right, before we start, I'll just quickly run through the order of play this evening. It's quite a long list, though I'm sure most of you won't be with us for the whole thing. But we'll start off with 42 Nevin Square, then Two Cheney Mews, then the two applications at 7D Pembridge Villas, 21 Bassett Road, 1 and 3 Claridge Gardens, 120 Lexham Gardens, 6A Cresswell Place, 9 Longridge Road, 114 Kings Road, 500 Kings Road, the land adjacent to 7 Holbein Place, then 15 Pembroke Place, and finally 16 Pembroke Mews. So that's the full order for the day. So we're starting off with 42 Nevin Square. Who's going to be presenting that? Is that you, Matt?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So my name is Matt Woodhead. I'll be presenting the South cases tonight. So the application site is 42 Nevin Square. On the slide, you can see a view of the existing side elevation of the application property. So the proposals, the development is for the replacement of the 4-storey rear extension with an additional studio apartment within the extension and for internal alterations to the building. So this slide you can see this is a view further down the street of the side and the rear elevation of the application property. So as I mentioned before, the development proposes the demolition of the rear extension, which you can see here, and its replacement with this extension here. As set out in the officer's report, an application was granted at appeal in 2019. That application included 40, 41 as well as 42, and this application just is related to 42 Nevin Square. But that application, amongst other things, the previous applications, amongst other things, approved the replacement of the of this rear extension with an extension in the same location, and that's just set out in the officer's report. And then here you can see on the left-hand side the elevation from the existing situation, and on the right-hand side you can see in the proposed situation, so you can see the additional massing, the mansard roof and the terrace that would be created at that roof level. And then the two plans on the slide in this shows the existing situation at ground level on the left-hand side and the proposed situation on the right-hand side. So as you can see, there's some internal alterations to some of the existing accommodation, and then the blue line indicates the proposed extension to the rear of the site and the footprint that will be on. And then another floor plan, and this is at third floor level. So in the existing situation, you can see the termination of the existing rear extension, and in the proposed situation, you can see the mansard roof that will be extended from the main host building. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Next up, I believe we have Councillor Wade here, who's speaking in objection to this application. Councillor Wade, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, I'm speaking actually as a ward councillor, but also as chair of Nevin Square Residents Association.
Noted.
Sorry, this is a bit wibbly. There are key considerations which I can expand on: housing space standards, fire risk, crime, noise, enforcement, climate change obligations, consultation responses and impact on conservation area, and some conditions. Housing space standards. Central to residents' objection to this, the retention of units which were crucial to the Peabody argument that the property was no longer viable due to the unit space standards being too small, with 13 units falling below the GLA and 3 below RBKC standards. So why is a planning approval being considered for a substantial renovation application to produce 16 out of 18 homes that are effectively substandard accommodation? Fire risk. High occupancy in small units with no fire escape and transient tenants present in fire risk. The applicant states no fire suppressant system is proposed in redacted application under utilities section. Crime, noise and enforcement. The likelihood of units being used for short-term lettings arises from the policy that smaller units will be rented and not sold. 5.5 on page 15 of the redacted application. How many are to be tenanted is significantly not stated. Short-term lets, use of units in multi-occupied houses facilitate crime and noise. Is this planning application just a renovation project to facilitate the associated company's Airbnb business? Extensive use as short-term lets, even those for less than 90 days per year per home, will effectively reduce the accommodation to hotel status from C3 residential housing, and it puts on unfair enforcement obligations on the other people in the house. climate change obligations. Why is there no roof, no solar panels being put in? Why is there no carbon emission reductions? And on the consultation, the applicant has been asked to provide Residents Association with revised drawings for windows, window detailing, basement floors, so they conform with the Nevin Square appraisal report and the guiding principles of the association to restore, improve, enhance, and that includes the flank walls within the conservation area. These have not been forthcoming. Therefore, although there has been one meeting with residents...
If you could wrap up, Councillor Wade. Sorry, we're just over 3 minutes now.
But could I ask that the comments made by the Conservation Officer, Sarah Buckingham, be taken into consideration?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. We now have, is Mr. Owen here? Yes. Mr. Owen, you're speaking on behalf of the applicant. You have, well, Councillor Wade took 3.5 minutes, so I'll also give you 3.5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to address you in support of the application, which will bring back this building into residential use by replacing a poor quality extension with a higher quality replacement, the addition of one new apartment and improvements to the existing apartments. The building has been recently purchased by the applicant and they wish to refurbish the building. At present it is vacant and not contributing to the supply of housing in the borough. There is an existing permission on the site which includes an extension, and the architects of the scheme have designed the replacement to match the height and scale of this permitted extension. The existing extension is a poor design with poorly aligned windows and unsympathetic brickwork. This replacement will have a stronger, more appropriate design for the conservation area, with the brick chosen the same as the approved scheme, a traditional English red brick, and the planning officer confirmed that this is acceptable. Officers have attached a condition requiring all specific detailing that befits this important building in this location within the Nevin Square conservation area, including colour, texture, profile and pointing to be agreed. The applicant intends to construct an extension that matches the quality of the building and surroundings and intends to use high quality detailing and workmanship in the construction. It is the applicant's intention to see the fabric restored to its former glory. These include replacement of all windows with thermally efficient timber sash windows to ensure a match with the building and surrounding area, replacement of external doors with heritage timber doors, cleaning and repointing of brickwork, and renewal of rainwater goods to match existing. The creation of the further home, which is a studio apartment of 40.2 square metres, exceeding the national space standards, would support the ambitions of the local plan and increase the supply of homes in the borough. Other alterations mean that the apartments are increased in size. The applicants will refurbish the apartments, which are currently in a poor state of repair, bring them back into use, potentially beneficial to the borough. This results in the maintenance of C3 housing in this building, which will be rented out on long-term leases. In terms of Councillor Wade's responses, we've provided additional information to the planning officer, and the planning officer has recommended that conditions be attached to the planning permission requiring that all windows, doors and other information is provided to discharge the planning condition. We the applicant, thoroughly agree with this way forward, and we'll be providing details of all specific detail, including colour, texture, profile and pointing of the bricks, and this will be agreed. And the applicant does intend to use very high quality materials, as I said earlier. To conclude, the application is for a replacement extension, and the additional apartment needs to have been carefully designed and acceptable to officers. The materials have been carefully selected in order to respect and enhance the conservation area, and the applicant is committed to providing high quality detailing and working with officers to ensure the resulting replacement extension and refurbishment enhances the conservation area and brings a high quality finish to this important building. I would ask members to grant this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'll now turn to my colleagues. Do any of you have questions for either the applicant or Councillor Wade? Councillor Idris.
Thank you, Chair. This is for Mr. Owen, question. Can you explain to me, or clarify to me what Councillor Wade meant by if the current units are too small and don't meet the legal requirement for the London plan and the local authorities plan, how come you're using the same space and building more units? Can you explain that to me? That's one question. I have another question I'll ask you afterwards.
Yes, certainly, Councillor. The existing building has been in the existing format and for a long time. It has been occupied by residents over a period, and a lot of the units are traditionally have been quite relatively small in terms of some of them are below what would normally be the space standards if it was built today. But this is an existing building, and there have been people living there, and it could and will be occupied with the same relationship of units. Now, one of the big advantages of this scheme is that the extension is, as you would have seen the plans that Mr. Woodhead showed, is that the extension is bigger than the existing extension. And that enables a lot of the apartments to be increased in size, mostly up to the national prescribed standards. That is a benefit of the scheme. And also there are some other internal alterations which mean that some of the connecting corridors, which were originally connected from numbers 42 to number 40 and 41, can be incorporated into apartments, and they can be made larger in size. So one thing this application does is that it keeps the existing number of apartments, which is the lawful number of apartments, and it wouldn't need planning permission to be reoccupied, but it makes all the apartments bigger and better and higher quality than they would be were they to be occupied as the building is at the moment.
Thank you. My second question is, what steps are you taking towards meeting the borough's carbon neutral pledge? What steps are you taking in this particular building?
Well, in response, I think there are several aspects to that. I mean, firstly, the existing extension, which has been demolished and refurbished, is I think it was built in the 1920s or 30s. It's quite a low quality extension. The fabric is poor. Replacing the extension will provide the opportunity to construct a part of the building which is high quality to current building regulations with a high level of insulation and sustainability. We're also, the applicant proposes to replace all the windows, which a lot of them are quite old and poor quality, with new like-for-like replacements wood-sash windows, which can be constructed to a high thermal insulation, and the same with doors. So those are a number of the aspects that can be improved. Obviously, this is a historic building in the conservation area, so there are a limit to what can be done without unacceptable impacts on the building. But it is in the applicant does intend to do everything he can to make it thermally efficient, because that reduces bills for himself, for those who are renting, and does ensure the long-term retention of the building to a high standard. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Woodger.
Thank you, Chair. I have one question for the applicant. The objector, Councillor Wade, she mentioned that there's potential fire risk with this extension. Has there been a fire risk assessment done of the application?
Yes, in response to that, there has been a fire assessment done. The building will obviously have smoke alarms and all relevant fire suppression equipment which is required to meet building regulations.
Councillor Dent-Code.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, a lot of the objections relate to the possibility for short-term letting, and along with that, issues about disposal of waste, which is always an issue with these huge mansion blocks. Can you tell us, as we are indeed supposed to resist provision of holiday lets, short-term lets, can you tell us what is the intention for these apartments, and how what are the plans for waste disposal?
Yes, certainly. The applicant does not intend for these to be short-term lets. The lawful use is a C3 long-term lets, and that is what they intend to do. And that's the there's nothing else I can say. That is what they will do. In terms of the bin storage, there is an area to the rear where there is a gate in the side, and I understand that's where the bin storage would go. There are also basement areas which can be used if required underneath as well. So we have thought about bin stores. I mean, it's obviously limited to what you can do in a building of this nature. But there have been 17 people who've been living in these apartments over the years, and they've organised the refuse and storage acceptably, and we will continue to do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Schmetterling?
I've got a couple of questions for the applicant, for Mr. Owen, and one for Councillor Wade. So let me start with Mr. Owen. First of all, just to confirm if I've read everything correctly, there are currently 17 units, and in the development they will be increased in size, and there's an additional unit on top. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Second question is, perhaps I missed something. I didn't fully understand your comments in your presentation. It was a late submission, but Sarah Buckingham's comment, as one of the officer dealing with heritage buildings, said she was expressing some concerns about the detailing, about the facades, and her comment was not quite right. Were you referring to that when you said you've taken officers' comments into account?
There's a few points there. We've obviously spoken to Mr. Woodhead on the scheme and responded to his feedback. We've listened to residents as well. We do think and agree that a planning condition which requires all the details that I described in my address to be agreed post-planning is the best way forward, because we can obviously talk to the conservation officers, the planning officers, and provide all the details, very high quality, ensure this development matches the aspirations and expectations of Councillor Wade, the residents and the council.
Thanks. So you will take that into account, even though it's not necessarily written here. There's an undertaking to take all that into account.
Yes, we will take it into account.
It could be modified compared to what's been submitted.
We do intend to provide a very high quality finish and agree the details with the officers. Right.
So it could be varied in further discussions with officers.
Well, we understand that the red brick is the preferred material, and that is what we've undertaken to provide. We've provided information about the replacement windows and doors as well. But if officers do request that the details are amended during the discussions post-planning discharge of condition, that is obviously something the applicant will be very willing to entertain.
Thanks very much. Could I now ask Councillor Wade? The thing about the property size, unit size, is these existing units don't meet the minimum space requirements, we know that, but the new one will. So my question to you is, you did observe that the existing ones are to be increased in size, but the applicant has just said it will. It says so in the planning application. Sorry, can you put your mic on, please?
When I spoke to Matthew Woodhead, he said the existing 17 units won't actually change because they have permission to do that. Therefore, the sizes, if you read my submission, are still below the standards within the GLA and the RBKC. The only one, and it's acknowledged in the officer's report, item 9, when the accommodation will not meet the identified needs set out in the local plan, the proposal retains 17 of the existing homes, so the situation wouldn't change. In addition, the creation of the new home will meet the minimum space standards, and therefore the quality of this home will be acceptable. So my issue is, what we have is a cornerstone building in a conservation area, this will be the first real intervention apart from the Second World War. We have the wrong type of brickwork, which has been acknowledged by the conservation officer. We have a building which has got a high level of antisocial behaviour. We requested a management plan to be put forward, which we haven't seen, to be able to address the problems. A CCTV camera is not sufficient. We need to have a management plan to address the problem. If you have a high level of people living there, how are you going to enforce a 90-day people staying there unless you've actually got a proactive management plan? This is a company, this is owned by a company that actually deals in Airbnb. This is what they do for a living. And we deal with these people every single day. When they say about the waste management area, this was the waste management area that actually was dedicated to 40, 41 and 42. You know, this is an important intervention in a conservation area. Unless we protect our conservation areas, what is the point of actually having that status? To have people just come in, have poor quality buildings, when they're doing a complete renovation, they could have had a smaller amount of units, larger size units, but actually deliver permanent homes rather than places that are going to promote transient people.
Thanks, Councillor Wade. Could I just have a follow-up from me? The follow-up is...
and I do have some conditions which I think we do need to have.
Maybe one of my fellow councillors will come to that, but the one I want to ask, well, we've noted the various points you've made, but there's one I wanted to pick up on, and that's the one I asked the question about initially, is about the unit size. I don't think there's a claim that the units, the 17 units, will meet the minimum standards now set out, space standards. But the point is that they are supposed to be increased in size, even if they don't get to the threshold.
Some of them aren't. Some of them aren't. Some of them, it's only the ones where the lateral corridor is actually being cut off from the other two buildings.
Thanks very much. May I ask then a follow-up to the applicant? Yes, the applicant. Having heard that, what is your reaction to the fact that apparently not all the units are being increased in size, and the business about managing the minimum of 90-day stays?
Well, can I start with the point out the minimum stays? The applicant would be very happy to accept a planning condition requiring a management plan for the scheme. It's something we'd be very happy to deal with, which would obviously set out how the scheme would be managed with long-term leases, long-term rentals, and not 90 days, and not Airbnb as the objector has suggested. If that will require the reassurance that is required, then the applicant is very happy to provide and agree that. In terms of the units, we have provided a table which shows the existing versus proposed as part of the submission, and it does demonstrate that the majority of the apartments are made bigger, and a significant number of them do become then over the 37 square metres. It's not actually I think the planning officer said in his report that the internal alterations don't actually need planning permission, but nevertheless, it is important that as part of the scheme that the apartments are increased in size. There are those in the corridor, which take some of the corridors that Councillor Wade mentioned, but obviously there are also the apartments in the extension, and the extension is larger than the one which is going to be demolished. So as you can imagine, there is additional space which will then be incorporated into apartments to make them quite a lot larger. And I think the plans that Mr. Woodhead did show at the beginning can demonstrate how much significantly bigger a number of the apartments do become once the extension is constructed. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think, Councillor Wade, I think the point being made is that whilst some of the units will not have minimum space standards, those are existing units. Overall, what we're seeing is the new unit will meet those standards, and there will be some improvement to the existing units as well, not all of them, but some of them. So obviously we'd all love for 1 and 2 bed apartments, as was in the previous application, which I think you objected to, but correct me if I'm wrong, but it hasn't been enacted. So we have to go based on there, and when what we see is an overall improvement, I think on those grounds it's difficult to find fault. But I think we'll welcome the suggestion of a management plan, and you mentioned that you had other conditions that you would suggest. So could you tell us what those would be?
We had with the developers before, we did request to see site of the management plan, which is one of the responses that we've been asked for, which is we welcome the CCTV, but we do need to have, the condition is a management plan, and we need to have an advisory that the property will be subject to regular monitoring of the 90-day rule, and an effective fire protection, prevention and suppression conditions should be imposed, because I don't think they are adequate at the moment.
Well, I think the fire protection is certainly something we can bring up in the next section with officers.
The waste and the bike storage doesn't work either.
We can bring up waste as well. Before we move to the next section, does anyone else have questions? No?
You asked my question.
For the next section?
Yeah.
Okay, the next section is questions from members to officers. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Waller.
I want to start by, now you listened to Councillor Wade and to the discussion. Have you formulated any idea about what kind of conditions you're going to put together to give this application hope?
I think I would add to that, if you could specifically comment on the management plan, the waste disposal, and the existing condition around fire safety, and the extent to which that provides protection.
Yeah, of course. So taking those in turn, as has been set out, there's 17 units in the existing situation. They could be retained, refurbished without the need for planning permission, and that can be the situation on a continuous basis. In officers' view, the creation of the additional studio unit wouldn't change the operation of the building and its use, and therefore that's why officers haven't recommended a management plan. But if members felt that a management plan would secure kind of the operation of the building and how it operated in the future, that could be conditioned. Secondly, in terms of waste, there is policy in the local plan which requires residential development to provide for the storage of waste, and that is also for the storage of waste before collection days, basically. And in section 10 of the officer's report, it sets out the list of conditions that have been recommended, and condition 7, part B, secures facilities and arrangements for storage and the disposal of refuse. So what that would do is require details, so it would require the applicant to submit details of the future waste for the property, to ensure that it's not stored on the highway and it wouldn't impact upon the highway. And the final point about the fire safety, given the scale of development and the nature of the proposals, it's not necessarily, or there are there's other legislation which deals with fire safety, such as building regulations. So obviously with the internal reconfiguration and the proposed unit, those properties will have to meet building regulations in regards to fire safety standards.
So I think I'd just thank you for that. I think I would just add on the building management. I don't know if colleagues will agree, but it sounds like if we were to approve adding a condition on building management would be a sensible. I'll come to waste in 1 second. Would be sensible. Would colleagues generally agree with that? Sorry, Councillor Dencode.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask what are we allowed to put in about avoiding short-term letting, because that's quite a serious concern. I'm not clear, because we are supposed to resist them, but I don't know if we can actually stipulate
Well, I
in
think
conditions. What are we allowed to do?
I think there's a proposed condition that says no lets fewer than 90 days. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
No, sorry.
So basically, as I mentioned, and as is kind of identified in the officer's report, the use of the existing units is established. That use isn't being altered. In the description of development, it refers to a studio apartment. In effect, to start operating the units as short-term lets would breach the kind of current use and would breach planning control, and therefore the council could take enforcement action if required. I mean, if I would hesitate to include a condition that set out about short-term lets, because I don't think it goes to the heart of the planning permission, and so it doesn't meet the tests in the NPPF conditions. But it could include an informative or something of similar to remind the applicant that the property shouldn't be used as short-term let.
But by nature of the use class, they can't use it for short-term lets.
Correct.
Yeah. So I suppose that's the point, that the condition isn't required because the use class already forbids short-term lets. On waste,
So I agree with the informative.
okay,
Absolutely,
well,
yes.
let's add that
You can't put a
informative.
condition in, put the informative in as a reminder.
Yeah. On waste, I think, there's going to be a condition there. I don't think we need to add to it, other than perhaps note in the minutes the points brought up by Councillor Wade of the bad situation as reported to her by residents that currently exists there. So officers should just be sort of mindful of that existing situation when determining the exact nature of that condition. Was there anything else? Councillor Woodger.
I was wondering about the type of brick being used. I think Councillor Wade mentioned in her objection that it's the wrong type of brick. Is that true, or is there any considered in terms of the design which type of brick you're using for this extension?
Yeah. So at the moment, the plan set out that the proposed brick would be a red brick. As set out in the officer's report, the planning permission, the extant planning permission, or the planning that was granted at appeal back in 2019, included an extension of a similar scale and massing, and that proposed and approved the red brick. The planning committee refused that permission, but as mentioned, it was allowed at appeal. But the reasons for refusal did not refer to the materiality, in terms of the materiality was unacceptable. So that was the situation that was approved and could be built out. In terms of this application, as I mentioned, at the moment the proposals are for a red brick to match that extension that was approved, that has been previously approved. But as Councillor Wade brought up, there were comments from one of my colleagues regarding different materiality that is in the conservation area and the context of the site. In condition number 3, Condition number 3 would secure the materials to be used on the external faces of the building. So that would allow for the council to condition, or is a condition to secure the proposed materiality. So when that proposed materiality and details come forward, we would have control in terms of its acceptability and reviewing that.
Yes, Councillor Schmidt. Well, no, just do we want to add an informative on that? I mean, we've heard from Councillor Wade that the sort of brickwork more in keeping with the area would be appropriate. Yeah. I obviously don't know the area as well as Councillor Wade does, but I think if we sort of put a informative or even just a note in the minutes in that direction that we are supportive of the idea of the brickwork being in keeping with the rest of the conservation area. Yeah. Dorry, go ahead.
Yes, I agree with that, the thrust of that. I just wanted to also highlight the fact that the applicant has undertaken to deal with these issues. So I don't know how, to the officers, I don't know how they can take that account. It sounds like the opportunity to adjust things to take into account the comments made by your colleague, by Ms. Buckingham. Is that right?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, so that would satisfy the objectors and etc. And still, it would be in keeping with what the applicant has agreed to do.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right, are we ready to proceed to a vote?
So just to be honest, to be clear, informative on the brick, informative on the management. No.
I think that was a condition,
a condition
on the management plan. Yeah.
And informative on the waste. There's 2 informatives in my interest.
That was just a note in the minutes.
Just a
that
note.
wasn't an informative.
Chairman,
And the 90-day... Sorry.
Yeah, Lorna's going to clarify quickly.
Condition 3, which requires submission of materials, approval of the materials, would cover what you're talking about in terms of, is it red brick or is it yellow brick?
Yeah.
You know, that would be covered within that condition. Waste, there's already a condition about waste to be submitted. The use of the property, any residential unit can be let out for 90 nights a year without requiring planning permission.
Can you speak into your mic, please?
Sorry?
Sorry, your microphone is...
Oh, sorry.
It's quite low. Yeah.
Okay. Any unit can be let out for 90 nights or not in any calendar year without requiring planning permission. So you don't, strictly speaking, need an informative to remind the applicants of that. I'm sure they know of that.
Yeah.
So, so it's just whether it's, I think that just leaves an extra condition for the management plan.
Concern about the condition for the 90 days is not to be let out for 90 days, not to be let out for less than 90 days.
Yeah, which is covered by the use class.
So that's okay. All right, okay. All
exactly.
Right,
so the only additional condition required is the management plan. Yeah. Okay. In which case we'll proceed to a vote on the application or on the the recommendation is to grant. We're adding to that the additional condition we just discussed on the management plan. So, Councillor Idris, in favour. Councillor Dencode, in favour. Councillor Schmetterling.
In favour with the add-ons that we've discussed.
In favour. Councillor Woodger.
In favour with the extra conditions. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm also in favour, so that's unanimous. Right, thank you very much. We now move on to Two Cheney Mews. Mr. Woodhead, I assume that's you again.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application site is Two Cheney Mews, and the development is proposing the excavation of a single-storey basement under the footprint of the... can you change the screen? Excavation of a single-storey basement under the footprint of the application property. Sorry, the slide's coming up. So on the first slide, this is just the site location plan. It identifies Two Cheney Mews in red, so that's the application site. This is the mews. this kind of light grey, which is accessed from Cheney Walk, which is down here. So as mentioned, the application site is a Mews property. On the slide you have the proposed basement plan on the left-hand side and the ground floor plan. So the application site doesn't benefit from any outside space and is the footprint of the property. The basement would be kind of set a tiny bit in from the walls of the property, but would kind of extend across the majority of its footprint, and it would be accessed via this stairs going down from the ground floor level. The basement would not have any external manifestations. And then this slide shows the proposed sections of the basement. Yeah, it kind of ignores the top, as shown on the plan. There were alterations to the Mews property itself, which have been historically approved, and then the basement is identified on both of those plans, and that's just the section through the property. And then this slide shows the photos. So on the left, this is looking from the Mews out towards Cheney Walk, so that's south out towards Cheney Walk, which is under the property there, and just in the distance. And then the photo on the right hand side is a view of the application property. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So we have two objectors speaking on this one, Mr. Field and Mr. Strauss. Are you both here? Yes, fantastic. So I'm afraid you have to share 3 minutes, not my rules, but just the way it is. So you can divide it up however you want, and whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm Jeff Field. I'm a planning director of Strutton Parker. We act on behalf of Lord Brown, who's at 25 Cheney Walk, and it was his car in that photograph that you saw. We have two fundamental concerns with this application. They both relate to the failure of the development to comply with policy CL7, the Council's basement policy. Our concerns are that the excessive residential impacts resulting from the traffic movements in this unique site context. So I'm getting sort of, it's loud and then not loud. I don't know whether you're getting the same, but
no, we're hearing
on the microphone.
We're hearing you just fine.
Okay. I'll just repeat that, sorry. The excessive residential impacts resulting from the traffic movements in this unique site context. And secondly, the failure of officers to apply policy CL7 to the fact that the site is a listed building. The officer's report concludes that the development would accord with the local plan as a whole, but it does not say whether or not it would comply with policy CL7. Presumably it must not. On our first point, the development flies in the face of Part K of the policy on transport impacts for residents. Your officer discounts these impacts because the site is at the end of a private Mews road. However, Part K of the policy states that you must take into account any unreasonable inconvenience on the day-to-day life of those living, working or visiting nearby. In this case, the construction process, because of the site constraints, will be lengthy and damaging. There is a tunnel approach, which we saw on the photograph, through to the site, very narrow with a height restriction, a right-hand turn, and listed houses all around, all tightly parked. Residents would need to remove their cars for construction traffic to enter. Construction traffic would need to reverse onto the public highway. Residents can point to the impacts caused as a result of the current refurbishment of the property. A video record was sent to the officer showing this. On the second point, the development also flies in the face of policy CL7 Part F. This states that the council will require all basement developments to not involve excavation underneath a listed building. Neither the officer nor the applicant has addressed this point. the application should be refused on this point alone. The policy wording is strong: no excavation under listed buildings. It's a dangerous approach for the officers to rewrite policy here.
I'll have to ask you to wrap up, and I'll give Mr. Strauss just a very quick comment as well if he wants.
Yeah, I apologise that because it's just a microphone, that's all.
Yeah.
So long as applicants could show that excavating under any listed building would cause no harm, then they would be entitled to receive permission. On this point, officers have not said why a decision contrary to policy is being recommended. Without this analysis in the report, the legality of the decision is undermined and therefore at risk of being quashed in the courts.
Okay. And Mr. Strauss, if I've got the order right, do you have a very quick comment? I apologise.
Is it on? Yeah. Good evening, councillors. My name is Dennis Strauss. I'm a resident, and I think it's incumbent on me to point out that residents are not bad, inconsiderate neighbours. Not one objected to the current above-ground works, except because we accept the need for refurbishment. But all residents, excepting for one who also wants a basement, will without doubt be seriously impacted by the quality of life, access, traffic management, as well as living conditions, all of which are material planning conditions as per the council's local plan. And as you know, it's a legal consideration.
Yeah. I'm afraid, I'm very sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there, but we will be asking questions, and so you will get, I'm sure, a much better opportunity to speak. Mr. George and Mr. Pringle, are you both here? Yes. The objectors had, well, with some slight microphone difficulties, but just over 4 minutes, so I will give you the same amount of time whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I'm going to be as quick as possible, deal with the points that I think we've been asked to. Starting with the curtilage listing, we feel the officer's report deals with the issue of curtilage listing very well, and we have nothing to add in this respect. Once complete, the proposed basement would not result in harm to the special interest or historic significance of the principal listed building, and would preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area. In terms of general disturbance, we acknowledge that construction works do cause a level of disruption and disturbance. In line with the policy requirements, we've submitted a noise, dust, vibration report to demonstrate that those impacts will be mitigated. As a basement scheme, a number of additional controls would be secured through conditions, such as the Code of Construction. I would also like to point out, and it's particularly important to note, that this is not a terrace property. It's very much a standalone, detached property from other properties, and therefore any impacts of construction would clearly be lessened as a result. It's also important to note that works in relation to the previous permission, the demolition of the roof and total refurbishment, commenced in February this year and have caused little disruption. In terms of the CTMP itself, the objectors have placed considerable emphasis on the unsuitability of the CTMP methodology that proposed. We've carried out consultation with the council since 2019, carried out consultation with residents to try and come up with the most suitable way of doing it. But we acknowledge it's a tight site. However, the Mews is private. It's off the public highway. The issue predominantly relates to parking in the Mews, which again is a private issue. It's been demonstrated in the methodology that we've provided that vehicles associated with the construction can enter the site and leave the site in a forward gear if no vehicles are parked in the Mews. If cars are parked in the Mews, then in most cases this does mean that vehicles cannot turn around in the same way, and therefore sometimes they have to be reversed out of the Mews with qualified banksmen. I would point out that this is the same for any kind of development activity in the Mews. If any of the properties wanted to do works to their Mews, the same situation would exist. And in this case, they would need the area in front of Two Cheney Mews to turn around also. Therefore, if this is unacceptable, then all development in the Mews is unacceptable in that terms. But it's clearly been demonstrated on the site that works can be carried out and managed appropriately. We're happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much. I'll just start very quickly, if I may, with a question to either Mr. Field or Mr. Strauss, whoever would like to answer it. You did discuss it to some extent, but could you go into a bit more detail, because I think it's an important point, on why you believe this property is curtilage listed? And just for the benefit of the committee, maybe a little bit on the meaning of curtilage listed versus listed buildings.
Well, sorry, at the start of the application process, the applicant hadn't put forward in his heritage statement that the building had any listed status. Mr. Strauss, who's sitting next to me, undertook some research and demonstrated that there was a historic connection between the Mews and the frontage property onto Cheney Walk. Therefore, it acquired listed status. Until that point, the officers hadn't considered that the building had that status, and it's only until fairly recently they've had to address the point, and we have made the point to them that whether it's listed or curtilage listed, your policy doesn't differentiate between the two. It says that if it's a listed building, then obviously basement development is precluded, and that's the point that we have been making. I don't know whether Dennis wants to add anything further to that.
Not really. You know, it is fact, and if it's curtilage listed, meaning it is attached in some way to a listed building, then the rules are clear, and we have amply demonstrated that this building, the Mews building, has, since the date of listing of the primary building, which was back in the 50s, has been part and used by that building. So it assumes the right of curtilage listing, and I think the conservation officer also saw it that way, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Councillor Dent-Code.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I wanted to ask one of the objectors, perhaps Mr. Strauss would be most appropriate. Apart from this issue about the bit very alarming. So I'm just curious, because obviously people have work done on their homes. What kind of transport they use to come in and out of your Mews? Are there smaller vehicles that can get in and out more easily than the ones that have been used for the presumably the restoration work of the building which is going on at the moment? What do people normally do? I'm just curious on how on earth it works.
Interestingly enough, thank you for bringing that up, Councillor. The vehicle they're using now to supply goods to the above-ground approved work on the house is the same vehicle they intend to use, and I'm sure they'll answer that affirmatively as well. I'm not sure if they've changed that. And it has had difficulty getting in and out of the Mews. You only have to look at the photographs. And I did have a video which I did try to send to Mr. Woodhead, and he unfortunately couldn't open it. It was quite late. And I mean, he did try, and I don't know if he's managed to see it.
We have seen it. I mean, it came through this afternoon, yeah.
Okay, the YouTube video.
Some of us will have seen it, yeah. I saw it.
Now that video shows the truck trying to get under the tunnel, and it's got centimetres on either side, literally centimetres. Now, the entire wall, the entire part of that Mews, and you saw from the map, is extremely narrow and is subject to all sorts of damage. The gateposts at the front of the Mews, where they cross the sidewalk, a narrow sidewalk too, are ancient. They've been there since the time that the Mews were built. And the noise, the diesel, the person that lives above that tunnel has to listen for, and the video I sent was 2 minutes 45 of a total drive of just over 6 minutes to get to the end of the straight part of the Mews. It hadn't even gone around the dog leg. And you can imagine somebody in that house listening to the diesel truck, and I unfortunately didn't have scratch and sniff to demonstrate the fumes coming out of that truck. But it was just, I mean, it's impossible to live under those conditions, and of course it risks the damage, and it's dangerous. People live in the Mews. Number 1, Cheney Mews, who incidentally didn't object because they wanted to do the same thing, have small children that run around the Mews all day, and a dog, and it's just unsafe. Now, moving on to the application we're talking about, they've had a few there and backs, and the residents have coped with that, and they've said to the owner that they would cope with it. Now we're going to move from a few movements to hundreds of movements by what's stated in the application. And you imagine a truck, and then it's also got 40 minutes, 20 to 40 minutes at the end of the Mews, and the dog legs are parked. So you're talking about a few hours a day that people can't even use the Mews. This is where we live. And just incidentally, on the parked cars, many of us have prescriptive rights, so the cars are enabled to be parked there. We can't move. We don't have to move the cars. And I'm sure none of the neighbours would mind moving it now and again, as we have done, but not every morning and then bring them back at night. We're not going to do that. So the actual feasibility of it working doesn't work. And indeed, the works they've carried out, the truck is reversed up the Mews and come out forward, because they can't themselves do the turn at the end if there are any cars there. And I'll also add, if a car is parked outside number 4 or number 1, then the truck can't turn the dog leg.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Schmetterling.
Looking at the objections, it's clear that much of the objection, many of the objections refer to this business of commercial vehicles going in and out. I mean, clearly, construction will always be a problem for people, so the only thing we can do is mitigate it. So my question to the applicant is, either Mr. George or Mr. Pringle, is what's stopping you proposing a much smaller vehicle? I mean, this is done in this ward, in this borough, because these, as I think you said, these Mews are not unusual in being small. Perhaps they are special, these Mews, but in general, there are a lot of narrow streets in this borough. There's a lot of handworking enforced precisely because of that, and also there are small vehicles available. So what is your view in including that sort of thing in a construction traffic management plan that will satisfy the resident? I just want more comment. It's clear that the vehicle shown, and I would like to say the video, we did get a video, I think it was marked as being abbreviated, but it was good enough to get the picture, plus we have pictures, and there's no room for anyone to go past. When that lorry is stuck in there or moving at, you know, quarter of a mile an hour, you can't get past it, and that is a problem. So what does the applicant have to say about that?
So in terms of the size of the vehicle, if it was to be made smaller, that would have an effect on the build programme, so it would effectively lengthen the build programme. That they could be sourced. The vehicle that's in the CTMP is being the vehicle recommended by RBKC officers as the narrow-bodied vehicle, Nissan Cabstar. You know, that could be the vehicle that is used for the actual basement dig. At the moment, they're using a Mitsubishi Fuso, which is very, very similar.
Sorry, could you say that again? What? Using a what? Sorry, could you bellow into the mic?
Sorry, is that better?
Yes,
Yep.
you can also lift it a bit towards your mouth.
So, yes, the CTMP recommends that a narrow-body vehicle, such as a Nissan Cabstar, is used for the basement dig and delivering materials. That's been recommended by RBKC officers. They're the typical vehicles they recommend for such tight spaces. That's what we've shown in the swept path analysis. At the moment, the contractor on site doing the above ground works is using a Mitsubishi Fuso, which is very similar in characteristics to the Nissan Cabstar, but is slightly bigger. However, it is demonstrated that that vehicle can get in and can turn around should there not be any vehicles parked within the Mews. Unfortunately, there are on occasions, or quite often, vehicles parked in the Mews, and that does have an effect. In that instance, the vehicle would be reversed into the site and enter the highway in forward gear. That would be fully managed by trained banksmen who have the appropriate qualifications. They would be walking behind and in front of the vehicle. So you were saying about, the space either side of, people trying to walk past. That would be kind of managed by the banksman on site to make sure that, people were not doing that as and when the vehicle was moving. The objectors have mentioned about how slowly the vehicle is moving down the Mews. Well, there's a good reason for that. They're not trying to, get down there quickly. They're trying to get down there as safely as possible without causing any sort of damage to either side of the Mews. If they did get to the end of the Mews and they can't turn around by backing in, there is still an ability to unload and load the vehicle from the space that's available. It just means there's a slightly longer carry distance, basically. So, in terms of the vehicle, that is going in and out of there as well. There is a residence vehicle that's parked in there. That is a Range Rover. The types of vehicle that we're proposing are no different and actually slightly smaller in dimensions to a Range Rover, which demonstrates if you can get in and out to be able to turn, it's possible.
Thanks very much for that, but I'm really concerned about it. Let me just check with you first. The pictures that are in the pack, are they an accurate representation of the size of the vehicle? And secondly, have you seen the video that the objector circulated this afternoon? And if so, does that also represent, is that an accurate picture of what that vehicle is?
So,
just yes or no?
First of all, I haven't seen the video. I've seen a screenshot of it.
But the pictures will do, yeah.
The pictures in which pack?
The pack I'm looking at. I've got pictures here of a vehicle that fits in with about, looks like about 5 centimetres each side. And your explanation of going down slowly to make sure nothing's damaged, of course that's reasonable, but that's the point, isn't it? It's blocking the Mews and nobody can get past. That's, I think, the point of it. So nobody's
just to clarify, the picture Councillor Schmettling's referring to, I think, is part of the objections, particularly the one submitted by Mr. Birchall. But I would have thought the screenshots from the video would illustrate the same point that he's making.
So, yeah, I've got the picture in front of me, as you say. The vehicle there, I've been on site and seen that vehicle going in and out myself, so we've seen it. I've done a real-life test with it. On that occasion, there were cars parked in the Mews, and so, or some of the cars were parked in the Mews, and so they did back in, but there was sufficient space either side to get in and out.
So it is an accurate representation of what we can see, yes? Is that what you're saying? The pictures we see here in the pack, in the objectives pack, they are representing the kind of vehicle you'd be using?
Yes, or smaller.
Well, or smaller, you said?
Slightly smaller, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just ask very quickly, you referred to the length of the build programme. What is the current length of the build programme? The time for which these trucks are going to be coming in and out?
So we've been advised by the contractor that the build programme would be 28 weeks.
Okay. And in terms of the type of vehicle used, what is the sort of fuel type? Have you considered using a low emission or an electric vehicle, given that, as the objectors pointed out, there's going to be sort of children living in the Mews, there's people living just above, and with all that particulate matter and nitrous oxide coming out, I could imagine it wouldn't be very good for people's health.
Yeah, so that is something that could definitely be looked into, the electric vehicles, or something, as you say, which is better for the environment and human health.
Does anyone else have any questions of objectors or applicants? Maxwell?
Just following up on your question in terms of build time, if we were to use a smaller vehicle or dramatically smaller vehicle, how much would it increase the build time? If that's the applicant.
Yeah, I'm assuming that would be difficult to estimate accurately. But
yeah, it would be difficult to do it. Obviously, we've had professional advice from a contractor who knows about these things, and that's what they've advised us on, is the 28 weeks. I will note that some of the first couple of weeks, some of that has already been done as part of the existing works there, i.e. the installation of scaffolding, etc., the site setup, because they've needed to do that already, so it would already be slightly shorter. In terms of the programme, I can't accurately advise on that. It just would be longer.
Then just one question to the objectors. If we were minded to grant this, are there any conditions you would impose on this to make things more accommodating, I guess?
Could I just make one point, actually? The officer suggests that the CTMP is a condition here. I've done lots of basements in your borough, but generally you want a lot of the information up front before you determine a planning application. And pushing that to a condition is a bit of a strange one when we've seen what has happened already. The applicant did say there was little disruption in the process. I just don't believe that is the case. Lord Brown's office is directly over the Mews there, and he just really cannot work in that office. And Dennis and other residents have similar issues, but I can't really think of any additional conditions, but I'll pass over to Dennis.
Thank you, that's correct. There have been altercations, let alone difficulties, between one of the residents and the truck, just because the truck was parked and the person couldn't get out. It was witnessed as well. It's smoothed over in the interests of getting the above ground works done, and in doing that we complain little because time is of the essence, and if we complain, all that happens is you stop the work, and that doesn't help anyone. And it's also a reason for the CTMP to be discussed now. Not many of the issues, but some of the issues in the CTMP that are just not accurate, the truck being one. The construction, but this construction will be confined within the confines of the building. Now, I'm trying to work out, and I think you'll try to work out too, perhaps, how do you get a piling machine, the materials to do the piling, the digger to dig the dig, the welfare conditions for the workers there, sitting in a house that I don't know the full dimensions of the house, but maybe 30 feet by 30 feet, so 10 meters by 10 meters, give or take some. While all of this is being dug out, it's going to spill out into that front of the Mews, which is the only turning circle that any vehicle has in that Mews. You can't turn in the thin part of the Mews. So as it spills out, if it is a condition, there's nothing we can do about it. The only thing we can do, or anyone can do, is complain about it, which will result in a fine because they didn't agree with the condition, or they'll stop the work and see how they carry on, which also doesn't help. It means that the build thing goes on even longer, and we cause the problem by complaining. And that's why there have been fewer complaints and, in fact, agreements. The residents have helped the applicant build the house because the house does not have 1 millimeter of ground beyond its walls. So we've allowed scaffolding up, we've allowed everything to happen, the truck going back and forth without complaint, because that's the right thing to do. We're not unaware that people want to refurbish their houses. Of course people should do that. So as Mr. Field said, the parts of the CTMP shouldn't be a condition. We should think about it now. I don't know if you want to ask questions further on that, please. I'd be happy, Jeff would be happy to talk about that.
Can I just say something in response to that?
I'm afraid if a councillor wants to ask you a question, then you can, but otherwise I'm afraid not. Councillor Schmetterling.
I'd like to ask the objector, either Mr. Strauss or the other gentleman, about the construction matter. Clearly, we can't stop construction, so all we can do is mitigate it, as we do with these management plans, would it help, despite the potential increase in construction time, if the vehicle were made substantially narrower so people can actually get past it and it wouldn't take that long to get it in and out of the mews?
Councillor Schmetterling, I have a Peugeot, a small Peugeot. You can't get past that, more or less. I mean, you can squeeze past it. The vehicle would have to be so small that it wouldn't make any sense at all. And of course, a larger vehicle just gets closer and closer to within centimetres, as you said. So a smaller vehicle, and I don't want to stop construction. We haven't stopped the above-ground construction. But sometimes if a thing doesn't fit or doesn't work, one has to recognize that and think about that. I suppose is the best answer I can come up with.
Well, that's not an answer to the question, though, is it?
Yeah.
Because I'm saying if it were narrower,
Yeah.
would it help, even if it took a bit longer to do things?
No, sir, it wouldn't help.
Okay. Wouldn't help.
I don't think it would help because it still needs to go back and forth. In fact, then you'd want it even larger because you won't get the work done. That's the way I would answer it, sir.
Could I just provide a brief response there? The basement policy is intended to test all these matters, isn't it? So it's not just a case of, well, you can't stop construction. These matters are there to be reviewed, and that's what we have done.
You happy, Councillor Idris? In which case, we'll proceed to questions to officers. I'll start. I'm sure we'll come on to CTMP questions in a moment. But addressing this point of curtilage listing, I know sort of new evidence has come to light as the case has gone on. Could you please summarise the council's current position on the listing status of the property?
Yeah, so this is addressed in the officer's report, but in short, the officers have concluded that it is curtilage listed. So under, in terms of curtilage listed, there's a number of, there's kind of three parts to that assessment to determine whether a building is curtilage listed or not. So in some of the representations, it was suggested that it was curtilage listed on the basis that it's attached to a structure which is attached to a listed building, and as set out in the officer's report, on those grounds it suggested that it's not curtilage, but on the other grounds it has been demonstrated that it is curtilage. So those grounds are set out in the officer's report. I mean, turning to policy CL7, so you've got two parts which have been mentioned, and that is part E, which says it requires basement development to comply with the tests in national policy as they relate to the assessment of harm to the significance of heritage assets, and then part F, as mentioned, not involve excavation underneath a listed building. Now, the supporting text for the policy expands on the reasons and the requirements of the policy. So in paragraph 22.3.59 of the local plan states that the significance of heritage assets needs to be identified so that it's possible to identify so that the significance is not harmed, so the significance of those heritage assets is not harmed. And then it goes on to state in paragraph 22.3.60 of the local plan that the special interest or historic interest of a listed building goes beyond the appearance of that building and includes things such as location, hierarchy of rooms, floor levels, amongst a range of other things. Now, in interpreting that supporting text, the requirements of the policy, it indicates that it refers to there's a difference between a principal listed building and a building which is curtilage listed, and legally they are different. and the policy kind of read as a whole in terms of listed buildings and looking at the assessments. Officers have looked at the comments in relation to the Claridge list of the building. We've then gone to the assessment and the test in the NPPF in relating to harm to designated heritage assets. As identified in the officer's report, it's concluded that the application building is of limited harm, and therefore the works would not be harmful to the designated heritage asset. The designated heritage asset being it's the principal listed building, so the works would not harm the principal listed building. And in that view, officers have concluded that it's compliant with the development plan when it's read as a whole.
Thank you. Colleagues, Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair. My question to the officers is to do, have you ever come across an application which has been too impractical to construct on? Because obviously this is obviously a narrow road, as we've seen from the pictures, from the dialogue. Can that be a reason for not proceeding? That it's just too impractical? Or it has to be done because there's a road there and we'll make it work?
In terms of refusing planning permission should be refused if the development doesn't essentially comply with the policies in the development plan. In terms of, I suppose, a similar scenario, it would be possible for me to apply for planning permission on a property which I don't own. Now, I could gain that planning permission, but obviously legally, if I couldn't implement it if I didn't own that property. So I hope that kind of goes to the heart that the application must be assessed on its individual merits and on the development plan policies, and it would either comply with those, or if members believe that it doesn't comply with those, then it's against those and therefore should be refused.
Councillor Dencade.
Thank you. I hear what you're saying. However, I was involved recently in an application which was indeed turned down because it could only be constructed by skyhooks or by using a neighbour's land. So that was just very close to this, actually, just off Earls Court, which I think subsequently they had some other issue about. But so that was certainly used as a reason for refusal for quite recently. So I think that's not unreasonable. That certainly has happened on a committee that I've sat on before. Chair.
I mean, I can elaborate in terms of if you believe that the supporting material or the proposed development for some reason would essentially be contrary to what the kind of policy and the requirements of the policy is set out, then yes, that would be a reason to refuse the application.
Could I just ask a quick question about the CTMP? If there are cars still parked in the Mews, we heard that the plan would be to reverse back in from Cheney Walk so that the trucks could then pull out forward. Would that be compliant with the CTMP? Or is that something we would consider to be compliant?
So the application was received by the council, and the applicant had included a CTMP in that. In that CTMP, I believe it was proposed to enter and exit the Mews in forward gear. That methodology is acceptable, or would be acceptable to officers. In the addendum CTMP, a number of methodologies and kind of details were included. The amended CTMP revised some details and I think try to address some comments that had been raised by some of the objectors. Now, in terms of, it has been demonstrated that an appropriate and an acceptable methodology does exist to construct the basement. As has been mentioned, condition 3 would secure a final CTMP. So that CTMP is, if the development is approved, it's an enforceable document. So that would set out a clear methodology for the works to be undertaken for the excavation of the basement and during the construction work for the traffic. If that was breached, as has been previously mentioned, the council could then take enforcement action on that breach of traffic, if that plan isn't being adhered to.
Okay, so we could have a situation where, in theory, we approve it based on a CTMP which requires pulling in forward and exiting forward, but in practice that could never actually be achieved if residents won't move their cars, and thus the work would not be able to be carried out. Is that correct?
I think it's been mentioned before as well that the Mews is privately owned and privately maintained, so in terms of the council doesn't have control over parking, let's say, in the Mews.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions? Yeah, Waller.
Well, it's just a clarification. In your final comment, you said it's private. The Mews is privately owned, and the council doesn't have control over who parks there and what. But we do have control over allowing buildings and those people who are doing the work what kind of vehicle, what size of vehicle they use, don't we?
So in terms of the CTMP that's been submitted, the CTMP has set out, as we mentioned, the Nissan Cabstar, a narrow-bodied vehicle, which is proposed that the works will be undertaken with. So yes, there is that control on the CTMP in terms of if the development were approved and a condition, again condition 3, and that secured a final CTMP, and the CTMP would set out the size of the vehicles, that there is control on that, yes.
Chairman, can I just make a quick suggestion?
Yes.
We've heard today one of the questions by councillors left a bit unanswered regarding if different vehicles were to be used, what that might do to the time frame of the construction works. Condition 3 allows us to explore that further. So the condition requires a final CTMP to be provided and then approved. And within that, it could be noted that members would like to see at least some information on that provided that would allow us to make a more informed decision and decide whether actually a different type, smaller vehicle with a longer construction period might actually be preferable. Alternatively, it might be that the same view is taken that actually the existing vehicles proposed in the CTMP are the appropriate ones, but the condition would allow that to be explored further. And
presumably, even though we like to decide everything on the night if we can, we could require the CTMP to come back to this committee.
That's within your gift, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Schmetterling.
Thanks. Actually, you both have touched on what I wanted to raise, so I won't have to say it all. Well, first of all, Ms. Hurrell, thank you very much. That was a very helpful intervention, because although the objectors did not think that having a narrower vehicle is helpful, it is still something worth considering, so that's already been mentioned. And the second thing is, yes, I support the idea, that's already had a note of that, support the idea of bringing the CTMP back to committee so that we can actually see what's being done and discuss the implications of it. And the other thing I wanted to say was I was a bit concerned about the objection about flaws in the officer's report. I hope these errors don't keep coming up because I have seen them before, so I'm sorry to mention it here, but I think it's important that we try to avoid them because then it makes objectors feel more strongly about things. But anyway, the key thing is let's bring the CTMP back and let's look at the vehicles and the consequences on the construction time. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any comments? Councillor Denkode?
Yeah, I'm just trying to imagine what it would be like to live there with, an extra. Often we've had these cases where basements, they've said it's going to take 28 weeks, whatever it is, and it takes 2 years. Honestly, that sometimes genuinely kills people. I think to prolong the torture, it's grossly unfair, and planning isn't just about buildings, it's about the neighbourhoods who are already there. And I just don't think we should impose that torture on them. That's where I'm at the moment.
Okay, well, it's a difficult decision in front of us. I think there are two things in particular we need to consider. First point is this issue of curtilage listing, and we've heard that on the one hand, we need to look at the policy as a whole, and it's not the primary heritage asset. On the other hand, curtilage listing is still listing, so this would be building a basement under a listed building. So I think that's a point in which we need to decide whether to refuse or accept the case. I don't think there's particularly a middle ground on that. On the second point we need to consider is the CTMP, and does it cause sort of inconvenience or indeed distress to such a level, impact on the quality of life of residents, as to deem it unacceptable. And there are a couple of things we could do here. Well, either we could decide it is acceptable, we could say that actually we're not clear that it is, but we're not sure that it isn't either, and then we would require, probably, as Councillor Schmetterling said, the CTMP to come back to committee. One thing that might be considered is that reversing in either direction is not permitted, because that's inevitably going to take even longer to get down there, and is a more difficult manoeuvre even by a skilled driver, and we've seen how tight it is. Or we could decide that there just is no acceptable way that this work can be carried out, and there's no acceptable CTMP, and thus we can reject on those grounds as well. So I think those are the 2 points. Before we proceed to a vote, does anyone have any additional thoughts? Councillor Woodger.
I mean, I'd say this is very grey and very British in the sense that the curtilage listing is sort of, yeah, that's up for debate essentially, it seems. And then in terms of practically can this be done, well, I guess you could just about if there are no cars there, but again, quite impractical. So I would say we should get a more detailed CTMP to be voted on in a future committee, or we refuse, is my suggestion.
Anyone else? Wallet?
I feel a couple of things came very late, and the whole application needs to be looked at and looked into a lot closely with the new added information, because it's unfair to pass this application as it is and add bits and pieces to it. I think the whole thing needs to be looked at. We have a lot more information now than we did when it first,
Well, I think the new information is particularly regarding the traffic management, and so having the CTMP come back to committee would be one way to manage that. Okay, well, if there's no further comments, we have to take a vote. We have no option.
Sorry, Chairman, can I just interject for one point?
Yes, Mr.
There was just something further I wanted to bring before you do make your recommendation, and that is a further condition that isn't actually set out in the officer's report, but it has been recommended by officers, and that is for further mitigation measures for radon gas. So it's intrusive site investigations. So information has been submitted, but there's just further detail required to be discharged. So that would be a pre-commencement condition.
And that's helpful, thank you. And sorry, before we proceed to a vote, if members feel that the CTMP needs to come back to committee, how would they express that in a vote?
So it's noted in the minutes, and obviously officers being here tonight would ensure that that was recorded on the case record.
Right.
So there would be nothing to tweak in terms
Could you
of the
speak into
actual...
the mic, please? I can't hear.
So I said that it would be noted in the minutes tonight, and officers would ensure that went on the case file. So you wouldn't need to modify the condition but it would, we can guarantee that we would bring it back before the Planning Applications Committee.
So is that understood, and is everyone happy with that? If we do vote in favour, it's a big if, but if we do, the CTMP will come back to committee. Okay. Councillor Idris, the recommendation is to grant planning with the additional condition we set out and the note that the CTMP will come back to committee. How do you vote?
For the reason I specified, I will refuse.
Refuse. Yeah. Councillor Dent-Coad.
Refuse.
Refuse. Councillor Schmetterling.
It's a tricky one. If the CTMP comes back to committee and we are not happy with it, first let me just check that. We could then refuse the project, because I'm happy to, well, willing to grant subject to the CTMP being acceptable also to the objectors, and if that's possible, then I would agree to progress to a grant.
If no CTMP can be agreed, then the planning cannot be enacted. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's a pre-commencement condition they would have to comply with, so they would have to have it formally approved by the local planning authority before they could start works. Of course, they can have more than one bite of the cherry, so should committee still not think that an acceptable CTMP has been provided under the condition application, the applicant can keep trying to get that approved. All permissions have a 3-year time frame for implementation.
Thanks. Well, that's, I suppose, fair enough, because if you can adjust these things to make them acceptable. So on that basis, I will approve. I will support it. Yeah.
Councillor Woodger?
Refuse.
Refuse. Well, the decision's already been made, but I would also vote to refuse for the combined reasons of the development under a listed building and that I believe the CTMP isn't acceptable, and I don't see a route to an acceptable one. Yes.
What we usually do is vote on the recommendation, which is what you've just done.
Okay.
So that's fallen.
Yeah.
So now we need to vote. Someone has to sort of propose and second a vote to refuse, but we need to actually clarify the reasons for refusal and then vote on that.
In terms of the reasons, I will set. So we've voted to refuse the application. In terms of the reasons, I'm going to propose 2 reasons. One is that it's a listed building, and it would be development under a listed building, which we don't believe is in line with policy. And secondly, that the traffic management would not be formed in an acceptable way, such as not to have an unreasonable effect on the quality of life of residents. So those reasons will now go to a vote.
Happy to second.
We move to a vote on those reasons now?
Yes, that's fine. I mean, with the listed building one, you're saying that it's not compliant with policy CL7 Part F?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
And the CTMP, you don't think there's any way around making this acceptable?
Exactly. Yeah, based on the evidence we've seen, we don't believe there's a way that it can be managed in that it has an acceptable impact on the quality of life of residents. Okay. Yeah.
Happy to second.
Well, I'll propose Councillor Woodger's seconding that. So, Councillor Idris?
Agreed.
Agreed. Councillor Dent-Coad?
Agree with the reasons for refusal,
Agreed.
Chair, thanks.
Yeah. Councillor Schmidt?
Agreed.
Agreed. Councillor Woodger?
Agreed.
And I agree as well. Thank you. Right. Thank you very much for your time, everyone involved in that case. It's quite a long one. We now move on to 7D Pembridge. Thank you. We now move on to 7D Pembridge Villas. We have two cases to hear on 7D Pembridge Villas, and we're hearing them individually. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman. There are 2 applications. So you take them one after the other.
Sorry, one. I apologise. Can you get through one more case story, or can you get through? Well, I know, but we've got, if you're not speaking on this one, Councillor Denko, do you need a break right now? I just want to get through as many as possible with where people are here, so they can, they don't have to stay with us for any longer than necessary. Anyway, Councillor Schmetterling is recused from this case. We'll get through one more case and then we'll take a break. So, Mr. Taylor. Wait, sorry, 1 second. Okay, you want to take a break. Okay, in which case we'll adjourn for 5 minutes. Please be as quick as you can.
Actually, they would be core with three of them, but then those two couldn't join back in. So. Ed totally lost it. I've never seen him like that. He wasn't like that in the office. But He's not coming back. Yeah, he's not coming back this evening.
Okay, we'll kick back off again. Councillor Schmetterling has recused himself from this case. So we're now hearing the first of the two Pembridge Villas cases. So, Mr Taylor, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, you'll have seen from the reports that this application concerns the retention of a single door from the existing roof at third floor level to access that roof. The first slide I'll show you there is the side elevation of the building, and you can see there that the proposed, I was going to say proposed, but the existing door is identified just above the parapet level at the upper part of the image. You can see the distinctive large barrel roof of the building behind it, and the door just set in front of it. In photograph terms, I mean that's taken from a neighbouring building, and you can see the door there quite clearly, again set into the barrel roof behind it. And that's taken from, that's a lower perspective obviously, I mean sort of roughly the same sort of angle but a lower perspective. You can see there that I think that's one of the construction guys who fitted the door is sitting on the parapet. So it just gives it scale, and I think it's quite useful to see the proximity and visibility of the application building. And that's the last slide.
Thank you very much. And I think we have two, or is it three objectors? Is it Mr. and Mrs. Findle and Ms. Ferry?
Ms. Farrey's not here, so it's Mr. and Mrs. Sindel. That's S, not F.
Oh, I have it down as Findle. I apologise. Mr. and Mrs. Sindel. Well, thank you for waiting. You have 3 minutes between you, and whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Obviously, we're speaking in capacity as residents, so we might not have the full language for planning permission, but let me try our best. So we're asking that these, well, both applications, but this one in particular, which are both retrospective applications, by the way, be declined and an enforcement notice be issued to return the property to its original state. And we've got 3 grounds for that. The main ground, particularly for the door, is about privacy. So as you can see from those pictures, the door gives access to a roof terrace area that directly overlooks. So I'm speaking on behalf of number 2, Chepstow Place, but also 4, 6 and 8, and we all are united in objecting to this. It overlooks our bedrooms, our bathrooms, and our private walled gardens. Our privacy when this building was constructed 20 years ago, our privacy was enshrined in the previous planning permission that made express stipulations about what they could and couldn't do in terms of overlooking us, and we believe that granting access to this, and they're claiming it's for maintenance. Well, they've had the property for 20 years, and the opposite side doesn't need maintenance access either. So we believe it contravenes our right to privacy. The second ground on which we object to it is that the property is within the Pembridge Conservation Area, and although I've led to believe that this particular property isn't a conservation property, it's in the area, and that development, as you can see in the picture, is one of 2 things, and the way it was originally designed, the architectural symmetry is very important to those 2 buildings, and we believe that this and the second application you're going to consider afterwards contravene that. And then finally, it's the point of principle of the retrospective nature. The applicant and their builders have consistently disregarded the planning process and noise regulations. They consider that it's okay to build first
and apply for applications later. And also they have consistently, their builders have been consistently working over the weekends, making unacceptable noise in the knowledge that because it's in a closed area, the council's noise officer can't get to it and register that complaint. So given that they have that attitude, and given how important we think the rules are for planning and noise regulation, we believe that this should be rejected on the grounds that it's not the right way to behave. And that's the end of my piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. So we don't have the applicant or agent here. So, colleagues, do you have any questions for Mr. and Mrs. Sindel? Waller.
Good evening. My question is regarding privacy. You said it was enshrined in the earlier planning. Can you explain that a little bit for me?
Yes, the property was built 20 years ago, and we bought the house, our house, just after it had been built. But we were informed that the whole planning process for that building, because it used to be a car park behind a garage, the whole process was bitterly fought and went through a long, long process. And eventually it was agreed on the basis that there would be strict privacy to all the number 2, 4, 6 and 8 Chepstow Place, and that in the previous planning permission is quite clearly stated in a number of ways. For example, it states that all the windows have to be frosted and they can't be looking out over us. And even since they put that door in, the builders, as you can see from that picture actually, we've got other pictures where the builders have been using it as a roof terrace, sitting, overseeing us, and it's totally destroys all our privacy to all 4 houses.
Councillor Duncode.
Thank you. On the same line, I mean, it's clearly not at the moment. It isn't a roof terrace. It's not safe to be used as a roof terrace, is it? I mean, I don't know if the applicant is suggesting that it's there for maintenance or something. I mean, if it was only to be used to check the flat roof or something, would that be acceptable, as long as they didn't use it for a roof terrace? Because at the moment it would be illegal to use it as a roof terrace. I'm sure you understand. What's your view on that?
Could I speak? It's also for future, because now, of course, they're going to say that they have a door that goes onto it, and it's a door in front of what they have closed now is a room, which is probably a bedroom. So if they put a kid there, they are going to say that it's not safe, and they would like to lift the walls for it to become safe. So we have to see it in the future. What are they going to do? Because now they've closed it, they've turned it into a room. There is no way of aerating that room other than opening the door.
Okay, so the building was originally built to be inward-looking, because I think I remember applications in the past which were built on backlands, which were completely inward-looking and maybe had light coming in, which is maybe, I'm not quite sure about those houses, but maybe that's what they did. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? No. Thank you very much. We'll move on to questions for officers. Maxwell.
Thanks, Chair. My question for the officers is, this is a retrospective application. Had this been, the applicant applied for planning permission, would have this been granted for the door on the roof?
Well, when an application is made in retrospect, in other words, to retain something, it is determined, it's assessed and determined in exactly the same way as a proposal for something that has not yet been done. So the requirements to assess an application against the policies of the development plan and then to apply other material considerations, that process is identical. For the purpose of decision making, I mean, I know some people would say, well, this is just words, but for the purpose of decision making, the task is to put the retention bit out of your mind and simply apply the policies and apply the impacts. And the fact that it's retention in law I mean, it may be very irritating, for people who live around it, but in law, the fact that it's for retention makes no difference at all.
And then, so to follow up, how common are doors for maintenance applicant? How common are these types of applications for doors onto roofs? So this isn't a terrace, obviously. How common are these type of applications? Is this quite a normal thing? Is this quite rare?
I couldn't possibly put a number or even a percentage on it, but it's not that common, but it's not unknown either.
And then,
I mean, they've only got two choices. I mean, to maintain the roof, they would have to put a ladder up to gain access to the roof, or try and come out of a window, or it's obviously easier to put a door in.
that door isn't necessarily required for maintaining the roof. It's just easier.
No, there's no, as far as I'm aware, there's no building regulation that requires a door. I mean, there are lots of working at height regulations and so on, but there's no regulation under the building regs that I'm aware of that requires a door for access. But obviously it makes it easier. But for the purposes of planning, the sort of particular reasons behind it are not really what we should be trying to second guess. We should be looking at the impact rather than...
And then on impact, this is not a terrace, or not supposed to be a terrace. What stops it being used as a terrace?
Two things. One is that there is a condition that would prevent or preclude use as a terrace. Secondly, to lawfully use it as a terrace under the building regulations, then they'd have to either provide a raised parapet or a railing to a height of 1,100 millimetres above the flat roof level, which would in turn require planning permission. I mean, so there are two things that they would need to do to lawfully use the flat roof as some sort of terrace or amenity space.
I'm just thinking, even in safety, from a point of view of safety of maintenance, it seems unsafe. If someone went up there, they could fall off, as it stands.
Yes, I'd probably agree. I mean, you could argue they ought to have thought of that when they designed the roof. But yes, I think the safety of people maintaining the roof, I would guess, is certainly that's the implication behind the application. That's why they've done it.
Could a safety concern be a valid objection in terms of maintenance, even just maintenance of that roof? Those aren't raised terraces. That's pretty dangerous.
Well, at the moment, the roof is the only use, and the roof doesn't really have a use. The only purpose for the roof at the moment is to keep the building weathertight. It's not an amenity space. And then the only people who would go on the roof at the moment would be anyone working on the roof. I mean, so it's the safety of people working on the roof. Presumably that would be an occasional visit. I don't know, it's not a very old roof, so it shouldn't need too much. But I mean, I imagine that, to gain access to the roof is the reason behind the application. There are various ways to keep workers safe when they're working at height on flat roofs. I mean, temporary cables can be put in and various other ways of doing it. But that's not town planning, that's building regs.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, if I could just suggest something, just as I'm speaking, it does occur to me, just listening to what the neighbours are saying, it does occur to me that at the moment there's no condition or requirement to keep the door closed. I mean, there's a condition recommended to preclude use of the roof as a terrace, but actually there's nothing to prevent them keeping the door open. So I think that would be a simple matter to alter condition 3 to include words to ensure that it was only ever opened when needed for maintenance access.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. Yeah.
That was going to be my question.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It was going to be my question is how can we condition it so that the door is only used for a certain purpose and not anything else? That was going to be my question.
Right, and that's exactly what I was. It just suddenly came to me that a simple adaptation of condition 3 is recommended would get that in.
I'm very sorry. Now we've moved on to the next section. We've sort of got to stick by the rules of the committee, so we can't go back to questions to you. So I apologise. Councillor Dent-Code.
Thank you. I just, from something that one of the objectors said, I think they said that there had been an alteration in the roof, and that was the only way of getting air in, because I can see there's been a change of the roof. Presumably there was a light well, like the neighbouring house is a light well, and they cover that in. Maybe they turn it. I'm not quite sure. It's double height space or something. So I'm just wondering if they're using that just for ventilation. Have there been any applications for change of the interior? Would we know if there had been, Mr. Taylor? Sorry, I was going to say, as far as...
They wouldn't need planning permission to change stuff around.
No, as far as the roof maintenance is concerned, it's only a two and a half storey house, isn't it? So could use ladders like anybody else, I guess. It does seem strange. I think it does look strange. It looks odd.
Okay, well, we need to proceed to a vote. Before we do, I'll just say very quickly that I certainly have a lot of sympathy with the objections raised by Mr. and Mrs. Sindel and by the other objectors. I think just on the 2 points, firstly, that it's a retrospective application. Obviously, we don't like that. We'd much prefer, people should apply in advance, but as Mr. Taylor set out, legally we have no option but to view the application on its merits and discard the fact that it's retrospective. Secondly, on the point of a terrace, I think we need to be very clear that we are not in any way allowing this to be used as a terrace. The condition makes it clear that it cannot be. That is enforceable. If it is used as a terrace, then that can be reported. The people using it, the owners can receive fines and ultimately a criminal record as well. So these things, they're not toothless. They do work and they are enforceable. So if we go on to pass that in a moment, hopefully that will give some reassurance to the objectors. So we can't in any way assume that it will be used as a terrace, and indeed we're very clear in the conditions that it cannot be used as a terrace. With that in mind, I'll proceed to a vote. Councillor Wood, did you have a comment before we go to a vote?
Yes, just putting in the officer's comment about keeping the condition to keep the door closed.
Yes, so we'll amend condition 3 to make it clear the door can only be opened briefly for people to maintain the roof and for no other reason. Okay, well, with that amendment to the condition, Councillor Idris, how do you vote?
Vote in favour.
In favour. Councillor Dent-Code?
Refuse.
Refuse. Councillor Woodger?
In favour with the amendment.
I'm also in favour, so that's passed by 3-1. Thank you very much for your time. We now move to the next application, the same property. Mr. Taylor.
Right, so for the second application at 7D Pembridge Villas, I mean, that's the same photograph as you've just seen, but I've put the arrow in a different place. So the red arrow there identifies a glazed section. This has been inserted within the barrel roof. If you look at that photograph, you can see the other property there has an open light well set down within the roof, and that's what this property 7D did have until they inserted the glazing that you can see there quite clearly in the image. That's taken from the photographer there is obviously above the roof, so on top of the barrel roof, looking down towards the flat roof. And you can see there that the glaze inserts directly in front of the camera. So that's looking downwards, and then standing within what was the well area, and is now enclosed by the roof. That's looking upwards. That's just another shot taken from within it. So you can see that the roof light itself is actually flat, And you can see there the flat glass in comparison with the curve of the barrel roof just behind it. That's the last slide there, Chairman.
Just to clarify on speakers, so on my list it says no speakers for this. I'll just check, Mr. and Mr. Sendall, did you believe you were registered to speak on this part of the application as well?
Well, given that we're new to this process, we thought we were registering for both, but I think we obviously just registered for the last one.
Okay, but you thought you were registering for both, so I'll ask Ms. Bowery perhaps. They thought they were registering for both. The process can be a bit confusing. Can we allow them to speak on this?
Well, if they obviously thought that they had registered for both, it's just an error, if you like.
Yeah. 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 Okay. Good, good. Well, that's very good. So over to you, and as before, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I won't take the 3 minutes because I'm raising many of the same points, but I think our main objection to this is if you look at the symmetry of that building, again, this is another retrospective permission, so they thought it was okay to ignore all conditions and just go ahead and build it. As they did build it over the weekends, making noise, that needs to be taken into account a little bit. But I think the main objection is conservation area. We're trying to get architectural symmetry. When we've had in our houses, we've had to apply for the right types of windows to be put in, and we've stuck to all those regulations, as all of our neighbours. And if you look at as we see it from the top down, the symmetry is just not there, and it's a pretty ugly construction that they put in there, and that would be the main grounds for objecting to it.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Sendall?
Yes, thank you. Yes, as I imagine, as far as you're concerned, these houses were built to look inwards, and that was part of it, as they had a light well there, right into the skies. That's your understanding of this. So now the fact that they've closed it in means it's no longer the whole concept of having an inward-looking building in their backlands has been breached, and now there's other things happening as well which we're not sure about. So is that your main concern, that it's actually sort of shifting the concept of the building from being inward-looking to potentially outward-looking? Is that your fear?
Yeah, absolutely, and they've rather cleverly put the two applications separately, so because I think it's combined with the fact that they would then turn that into a room and then create the door to go outside, and it's going totally against the kind of whole ethos of that building.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? In which case we move to questions to officers. Colleagues, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is also a retrospective application?
It is, yes, hence the photograph.
So these guys just build and come come and ask us, or come and tell us
I wouldn't want to guess at their thought processes.
What is your feeling about the change, as Councillor Danko said, the change of the building? With this glass glazed extension, they virtually changed the building from being inward-looking to being outward-looking. How do you feel about that? And I mean, I know it's not a planning.
Well, I mean, I think my assessment of it, obviously, that the recommendation before you is to grant permission. So, I mean, why is that recommendation as it is? I think that my assessment would be that the glazed roof light does not in any way improve the appearance of the building. I mean, it's changing the concept of the building, perhaps, as you say, from being, focusing inwardly. On the other hand, it's creating a more usable space, I dare say, so it's an improvement in that sense to people living in the building. In planning terms, I don't think it improves the appearance of the building. On the other hand, this building is a unique building. It disrupts the symmetry of the building because, beforehand there were two open wells, now there is one, so it does unbalance it. Having said that, you can't see it from ground level, you can't see it from the public domain at any lower level. As I say, it's a unique building in the conservation area. I'd go as far as to say the conservation area takes its character from other buildings rather than this one. That led us to the conclusion that actually there wasn't a good town planning reason to refuse it. But that's the recommendation you've got to judges.
Okay, thank you.
So just to clarify, this building is in the conservation area?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, although, as you say, the conservation area takes its character primarily from other buildings. But, I mean, it does seem to be slightly untidily done, looking at it. Even the top level bit sort of doesn't hit the, sort of isn't flush with the roof. It sort of comes down a notch. It just seems slightly untidy. Normally, buildings in conservation areas making major changes to windows, we would be fairly prescriptive, would we not, on how the windows should look? And maybe if someone came in for an application like this before building it, we might come to an agreement over permission if they made some changes. But that, as it stands, looks a little bit untidy. Is that something we, slightly off-level windows would normally allow in conservation areas?
I mean, obviously the majority of buildings in the area are Victorian buildings, and clearly Victorian buildings in a conservation area, I think we're generally pretty strict with the fenestration that would be approved in window alterations. This isn't one of those. I'm not sure that there are really policies or guidance in place at all that would form any prescription for the correct form of glazing for the building. It's really a matter of architecture and choice.
Sorry. My
Thank you.
architectural historian nerves are twitching here. I really want to refute the idea that our conservation areas are just going for the Disney-fied Victorian white stucco terrace. I really do. I literally last weekend went round and took a tour of the 20th Century Society looking at some of our magnificent 20th century buildings which fit beautifully into the fantastic variation of good quality buildings. That's a good quality building. It's not Victorian, but it's a well-designed building. We should have just as much regard for that as we do for the neighbours and their Victorian sash windows. So I'm just calling you to account on that one, Mr. Taylor. Thank you.
I wouldn't take issue with anything you said there at all. I was merely pointing out it's not typical of the conservation area. That's the only point I wanted to make.
That's helpful. We should probably proceed to a vote. So I think just to summarise very quickly, this building is in the conservation area. We need to protect our conservation areas. The main character of the conservation area is different to this building, but as Councillor Dent-Code pointed out, that doesn't mean this building is not a high quality building that contributes to the conservation area in its own right. So those are just the factors we need to take into account. So the recommendation is to grant. Councillor Idris.
Based on your lovely summation, and I will refuse this application.
Councillor Dent-Code.
Refuse, Chair.
Councillor Woodger.
In favour, Chair.
And I'm going to vote to refuse it as well. So that's three in favour to 1 against. We now need to vote on a reason for refusal. I don't know, Councillor Dent-Code, would you like to summarise the
I just want to say, we have a wide variety of very good quality buildings, and they are just as important as the traditional Victorian terraces, which we are really, finitesimally caring of every nut and bolt and sash window, as we should be. And these later buildings are just as important. It's a good quality building, and we should care about that just as much. And it will be definitely there. I haven't got my my quick policy reckoner here, but it will be there. It's an ugly and ill-formed window. The door should go to, but it's too late for that, isn't it?
Has a negative impact on the
It has a negative
conservation area.
impact, definitely.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the symmetry also, it breaks the equilibrium.
So a negative impact on the conservation area, is that sufficient detail?
Yes, that would be sufficient in itself. I was just going to suggest, I mean, you've sort of almost done it, but you need to think in terms of two separate things. One is whether it harms the appearance of the building, and then the other one is to think about the conservation area separately. So it would theoretically be possible to harm the appearance of a building, but still leave the character of the area preserved. Or alternatively, you might conclude that it harms the appearance of the building and also fails to preserve the character of the area. So they're just two parts.
So we could refuse on either of those grounds?
Yes, or both.
Okay, well, I think the consensus of the committee is to include them both. So, Councillor Denko, would you like to propose that? Yes. Yeah. Councillor Idris, will you second? Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Idris, in favour or against? Oh, sorry.
Chairman, just because it's retrospective, I wasn't quite sure whether you have to actually also add to that the council to consider enforcement action. Because it is retrospective. I'm not sure if there's delegated authority for that or whether it has to be done by this committee.
So the procedure would be, if the committee wanted us to pursue enforcement action, I would suggest that you could delegate that authority back to us, and we can pursue that outside of this committee forum.
Okay, I think that makes sense. Thank you. And do we still need to vote there on the reason?
Yes, you will, and then the recommendation would be to refuse and enforce with the recommended reason for refusal that you've just discussed.
Great. So, recommendation to refuse and enforce for the reasons discussed. Councillor Idris. In favour. Councillor Dentcode.
In favour of the recommendation.
Councillor Woodshire. And I'm in favour as well. Thank you very much for your time. We now, and I apologise to people who have been waiting for quite some time now, but we now go to 21 Bassett Road. Who's presenting? Is that you, Mr. Taylor?
Presenting that one.
Thank you very much.
So the application for 21 Bassett Road, sorry, I'll just get the slides up. The application before you is basically to alter the interior of the property to convert a couple of floors of the property from their present ancillary residential use into ancillary office use. So in both cases, the use of the property is ancillary to the Embassy of the Republic of the Ukraine. The first slide there is the front elevation, so typical building in Bassett Road, and that's the existing rear elevation. So you'll have seen from the report that in addition to the internal reworking of the building, alterations are proposed at roof level and to the rear elevation. And so those are just two images of the existing rear. And then that's the existing front elevation on the left and the existing rear elevation on the right in drawing form. And then that's the front elevation and the rear elevation as proposed. So if I just go quickly back, that's the existing, and then that's the proposed. So you can see there that the two main changes are the introduction of the roof lights in the front and rear slopes, that they would be conservation-style roof lights. And then there's a sort of balcony and staircase proposed down at the rear ground floor level. Where the position of that is, I mean, basically where there's the sloping roof inserted at the rear there at the moment, that's where the balcony and staircase would be introduced. And then in plan form, that's the proposed lower ground floor, and then that's the proposed ground floor. And you can see there the balcony and terrace at the rear. And you can see the internal arrangement at that floor level And that was the last slide, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I think we have one objector here tonight. Ms. Hill, you here? Yes. So, yeah, Sophia Hill. Yeah. You have, thank you for joining us. You have 3 minutes, and so just start whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Jonathan Green, who's a resident at 19 Bassett Road, and we object to the proposals for the following key reasons. We think it's an inappropriate land use within an exclusively residential area, and the proposed use will result in a harmful impact on the surrounding area in terms of noise, neighbouring amenity, traffic, public realm and safety. So I'll start with the land use. The site has been classified in the report as sui generis. However, as it stands, the premises is only used to provide residential accommodation and for no other purposes. So we do consider that the site should be deemed residential use and treated as such in planning policy terms. The proposed diplomatic use is assessed against policy CF10, which sets out a defined area where such uses are considered appropriate. The site lies, I think it's approximately about 1.5 kilometres outside of this boundary, and it is located exclusively, as I've said, in a residential area. In addition to this, Bassett Road is relatively narrow, which will not be able to accommodate the increase in vehicle movements which will likely be generated from the proposed use at the premises. For these reasons, the site location and context adheres to the criteria stipulated by the planning policy, which makes it unsuitable for diplomatic or allied use. And we think that insufficient information has been submitted as part of the planning application as a whole, but particularly to justify why non-compliance with planning policy CF10 will not result in harm. And I'm just going to move on to the proposed hours and management of visitors. It's understood that all the queuing and waiting areas will be provided inside the building, and hours restricted to Monday and Friday only between 9:30 and 1:30, with I think it's 28 visitors anticipated daily. Insufficient information has been submitted to detail how the management of daily visitors will be managed in reality and appropriately organised to prevent disruptive queues along the pavement outside of the premises. The applicant stated in the planning statement that, and I quote, separate space will be provided for the queue needs. However, this has not been indicated on any submitted drawings, and there is insufficient space inside of the premises to accommodate this. Inevitably, visitors will be queuing outside along the pavement, which will create unacceptable levels of noise and disturbance along what is a quiet residential street, resulting in an adverse impact on the living conditions of neighbouring residents, and it will not respect or enhance the special significance of the borough's tranquil areas, I think, which is stated in the Conservation Management Appraisal document, and therefore we don't think it complies with adopted policies CL5 or CE6. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We now have 3 people joining us on behalf of the applicant. You have 3 minutes to share between you, I'm afraid, but please start whenever you're ready.
Good evening, distinguished colleagues. We have considered all issues and have to admit that we share position of neighbors regarding necessity to ensure prosperity and safe security situation in our borough. We totally respect raised concerns. However, we would like to draw attention to the fact that diplomatic presence only increases the level of protection of our borough. As all diplomatic missions are equipped with a special alarm emergency system connected to the nearest law enforcement agency, which enables actually to call urgently police in case of any incident, not only at the consulate but also near it. And approximate time of arrival, it's like 1 minute. Regarding protests and demonstrations, as it is not embassy, it's only consular division, and our embassy is situated in 60 Holland Park. If conducted, these demonstrations and the protests are conducted near the embassy, not near the consulate. And
Please be aware that from moment of Ukraine gaining independence in 1991, there were no precedents of situations threatening to security or health or prosperity of our neighbors at 60 Holland Park. Regarding crowds, they can be avoided due to our online booking system, which enables every person have a special time slot. Moreover, all people will queue inside, and it's only operational from 9:30 to 1:30, except Wednesday when it's operational till 2:30. And I think I will give the floor to our architect, who will continue.
Okay, I'm not sure how long we've got left.
One more minute.
Okay, thanks very much. So the operational bits there. I think there are also concerns about the other external aspects, the roof lights at the front. They've been carefully thought out and positioned directly above the windows below, so the proportions have been thought through, and there'll be conservation roof lights with vertical mullions and set below the surface of the slates of the roof. And then in terms of the actual terrace at the back, I think just to bear in mind that we don't envisage that being heavily used because it's there for secondary access into the property that gives the residents access when the main part of the building's been used for consular activity. But there are quite a few precedents of terraces in the area. Indeed, the properties either side and the properties opposite have terraces, so there's kind of been a sort of precedent set there, and we will stick with the condition of making the metal railings so that they blend in with those around. Also, just on one more thing, on the roof lights.
Very, very quickly.
Yeah, on the roof lights, there are at least 3 properties on the street that have them on the front, including the property next door at number 23.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Thank you all. We'll now proceed to questions. Councillor Woodger.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the applicant. What exactly is an ancillary embassy as opposed to a full-on embassy, I suppose? Because you mentioned the main ones, was that near?
Yeah, the Embassy of Ukraine main building is situated at 60 Holland Park. It will be only consular division, so we will accept people.
Sorry, I could just expand a bit more further. So what function does it provide as opposed to the main embassy?
Consular services. It will deal with all consular affairs, so visas, passports, and all this.
Okay, and then to expanding on that, what sort of footfall you think would come? Daily, weekly?
How many people per day? Up to 30 people, but every person has its own time slot. 30 people per day.
Okay. Right, thank you.
But the point here is that there won't be 30 people there on site. They've got a booking system, so there'll be far fewer, and they can wait in the reception visitor waiting area that's inside the building. So it's not going to be queues of people outside the building. That's the point here.
So if someone arrives early for their appointment, they can come in and wait within the property?
Yeah, we've designed it with sufficient... sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah. We now have our consular division also in this borough at 78 Kensington Park Road.
Okay.
And now there are no queues.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Idris.
You said something about it's going to be open from 9 to 1 every day?
9:30 till 1:30, and on Wednesday till 2:30.
Till 2:30. And you said you're expecting 30 people per day. Let's just assume they all decided to come in at the same time. Do you have a space for 30 people or for 10 people inside? Or my concern is because in my ward there is the French embassy and there are queues all the time around the block. So that's my concern. Ukraine becomes a hot place to visit and everybody wants to get a visa. How will you stick to the 30 per day and never ever increase it? Or will there be circumstances and situations where you will increase that number?
So our councillor is here with me, and he said that on average it's only up to 30 people, and every person is sticked to its time slot. So sometimes it's 5 minutes, sometimes more, depends on the councillor affairs that he has.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Emma.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit mystified as to why you need to, all these, obviously the building needs to be upgraded. I don't have an issue with that, or indeed with Ukrainian officers living there, none at all. But I'm just mystified as to why all this work is being done just for 30 people a day. It seems like an awful lot of work to be done to take over, go through a change of use and everything, which I'll be talking about in a minute with the officers. And the other concern is this is very much a family neighbourhood. Bassett Road is very much a family neighbourhood. A lot of children live there, and about a third of it, I think, is social housing. When I last looked, I last did some door knocking around there, because I know this area very well. It's about a third is social housing, so it's a real mix of people. And I'm concerned that you say, well, there's not going to be any trouble there, but you've got an emergency system using our excellent police force, our excellent and overstretched police force. Why would they be needed? What kind of security? Would you have permanent security there? Because we do actually already, for the record, have a few houses in the area where some people have moved in, and we have security outside waiting in 4x4s all day with their engines running. Is this what's going to happen outside 21 Bassett Road? Because that's not a kind of, not conducive to family neighbourhoods, actually. So what kind of security would there be? Because it would literally change the whole DNA of the neighbourhood, I feel, and as I say, I'll be talking to the officers about it. But I'm very confused as to why you think it's worth changing the nature of the neighbourhood for such a very low footfall.
Regarding security, it's not this type of security you described. We have only our superintendent sitting inside the building during the time of councillor affairs are conducted. So only from 9:30 till 1:30, and that's all. It's regarding security.
But you have a panic button which goes direct to the police, and the police will be there in 1 minute. What would that be for? Because I can't imagine any other office where you would need that.
Yeah, and our superintendent can use this button as in the embassy, only when he is there.
But she's asking the question, why would they want to do that? That implies that there's a concern over security. I mean, it's just there for safeguarding. It's hardly ever used.
Yeah, of course. But if he sees on the camera that there is some concern, there is some situation which needs police to come, he can use this button. Of course, when he sees that there is security concern.
Okay, so you're anticipating that there may be. I mean, it has a huge effect. And just to say, several years ago, a neighbour who became Prime Minister, we had armed guards all over the place, and it was horrible. Children would go around the streets crying because they were so scared. It's all very near me, actually, and it does change the nature of the street. And I'm just confused as to why you'd want to make such a huge change to this residential street for 30 people a day.
I think, could we just take 1 second, because I think it's been lost a little bit in the translation, what you're kind of asking. What's she saying?
Yeah, I was...
Actually, we don't anticipate any increase in security level. It's just our internal procedure that every embassy and consulate just has according to laws. This superintendent sitting there while consular affairs are conducted there. It's just our internal procedures and regulations.
Can I just have one for the objector, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm quite interested in concerns on that front, which you were focusing on other issues, but concerns on that front on behalf of residents about security issues.
Yes, just one, if I can raise quickly. I work opposite the Italian embassy by Blackfriars, and whilst that's appropriate located in a completely commercial area, and I think the footpath is at least 3 times the size of along Bassett Road, and I walk past it every day, and I suspect there are conditions which limit the hours and not the management of it, but there's queues around the block till about 4:30 every single day, and whilst that's not really a problem because there's no residents and it doesn't block the pavement, but I imagine on such a narrow road, which is where families live, it's going to, and how can you enforce that even through a condition? Is there going to be an enforcement officer who will be checking the times? And they do have a booking system, so I did make the effort to go and ask over the road. But if people do turn up on the chance that they might get an appointment, will you be outside and be actively turning them away and say, sorry, you haven't booked? But what is there to stop people just queuing on the footpath hours?
Or indeed getting upset if they can't get in.
Perhaps I could ask very quickly, would you be, if there was a condition saying that there could be no queuing on the pavement, that it all had to be inside the property, and we can discuss that with officers in a moment, would that go some way to addressing your concerns? And that would be enforceable. We don't pass conditions that aren't enforceable.
I think it would help, but I think there's just quite a few other issues which aren't. I've looked at the draft conditions which haven't been conditioned, and I think just as a whole there is quite a lot of insufficient information that has been submitted to be assessed. So I've not really touched on the overlooking of neighbours, but there's been no daylight or sunlight report, and it's just what they've stated in the planning statement. It's just said there will be no issue or there will be no transport impact, but where's the evidence submitted? And it's I think that should be submitted before you can have a rounded assessment of the planning application.
Okay, well thank you, and that's something we might take up again with officers in a moment. Thank you. Does anyone else have, yes, Dori, go ahead.
Thanks. Ms. Butakova, I'm interested to know what kind of clientele you expect. I mean, it will be the consular department, so it won't be on Kensington Park Road or Holland Park anymore. Brits don't need visas to go to the Ukraine, so obviously there'll be very little queuing by Brits. What would be the typical cross-section of people who would actually come to the consulate? Would be Ukrainians looking for help in this country, or what? And why do you expect up to 30?
Well, majority we have Ukrainian visitors, and all visa issues we have a courier from the visa application center who delivers visa cases to deal with them. So majority we are dealing with the Ukrainian nationals.
Marriages.
What about I don't understand the couriers. So you mean couriers will be coming by to deliver and collect?
Yeah, collection, so Ukrainian nationals, they need to collect passports. So when we are talking about these 30 persons, some of them coming for collection and waste only 2 minutes, come and collect the same. And what else?
Birth certificates, marriage certificates.
So we're dealing with the birth certificates, we're dealing with passports, solicitor issues.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. For context, so we understand who's there.
That's helpful.
I would like to add one point regarding Consulate of Italy. I don't know why we don't have such long queues as Consulate of Italy, but maybe it would be better to have a photo of now our current situation near our consulate at 78 Kensington Park Road, because we don't have such queues at I saw photo. We really don't have such huge queues.
Thank you. Councillor
Yeah, my question is just a little bit of curiosity also. Where is this service currently held? This service you're proposing to provide in Bassett Street, where is it carried out now?
78 Kensington Park Road.
And why are you moving it from there?
It's a long story. We have this building, we rent this building. And our current landlord, lessor, he wants to end our rent agreement. So just because of this.
So will you move the whole embassy there at one point?
No, not the embassy. We have only consular division.
Okay.
Our embassy is at 60 Holland Park.
Okay. So it's just the consulate you're moving?
Consular division, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
If there's no other questions, we'll move on to questions for officers. Councillor Woodger.
Thank you, Chair. For officers, my question is, where's the nearest embassy or ancillary embassy to this proposed ancillary embassy?
I'm completely unable to answer that, I'm afraid. I can't think of one immediately beside it. But
So just in general context, there aren't really any other embassies around there. That's what I'm trying to get at.
no, most embassies are concentrated in other parts of the borough. I couldn't say for certain how many there are in the northern area.
In planning terms, is that unusual for a sort of standalone, or is that acceptable?
Well, I think the first point to make is that, this is not an application for an embassy. It's an application to change paths of an existing ancillary building to effectively administrative use, retaining the rest of the building in its present residential use. So I think it sort of leads in a confusing direction if we start to think about this as an application for an embassy. I don't know of any embassies in the immediate vicinity, but I could not say for certain that there were no buildings in the area that were used in ancillary fashion such as this. That's quite possible. I think that the reality here is that this building has been in use as ancillary accommodation to the embassy, for many years, and there's no record of complaint, that's certainly on our records in relation to that. So it shouldn't be seen as the introduction of a new embassy use, because that's not what's being proposed at all, as my understanding.
I have two quick questions. First one is, am I right in saying that the conversion of use from ancillary residential to ancillary office could actually take place without planning permission?
Well, that's certainly a very interesting question. It's, as always in planning, it's a matter of fact and degree. But the existing use of the building is as ancillary floor space to the embassy of the Ukraine. The proposed use of the building would still be ancillary floor space to the embassy of the Ukraine. The difference is that there would be a change of use of parts of the building from residential use for the embassy as it is at the moment to administrative use, consular use. It's probably a moot point in planning as to whether that change of use in itself is a material change of use. It would be a sui generis use at the moment, and it would be a sui generis use as proposed. And then, so the assessment would be what are the different implications of a change from one form of sui generis use to another. At the end of the day, they're both sui generis uses, and they're both ancillary to the embassy.
Okay, well, that's helpful. The second question I have is, and maybe it's already included in the conditions, and I missed it, but could we have a condition on preventing any queuing taking place on the pavement and saying all queuing has to take place within the property?
I thought about that quite carefully when it came up in discussion, and the staff operating the consular activity would have, I would imagine, complete control over who's made an appointment for what time, and they would have control over who's in a queue or isn't in a queue. So I think it would be within the direct control of the embassy or of the staff in the building to control who is queuing. So I think that that condition would be enforceable, and it would be reasonable if you consider it to be so. And it would be necessary if you consider it to be so. So I think it would satisfy the national tests for conditions if you considered it necessary.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's something we might want to consider. Yeah. I'm seeing nods. When we proceed to a vote, we'll vote on it with that condition. Yes, please. Any other questions for officers? Yes, Councillor Dencote.
Thank you. I'm a bit confused about this sui generis, as it's, there are quite a few of those huge buildings in Bassett Road and elsewhere are used for, hostels, young people, or for elderly people, whatever. They're used for all kinds of different things, and I don't think any of those are sui generis. They're residential, so I'm not quite sure about that. But what we're doing, forget the actual the landlord and their purpose. So basically, if we do this, anybody in Bassett Road, and there's quite a few of the houses, as I said, there's about a third social housing, but some of them which had never been lived in as family homes have become family homes recently. So they were sort of deconverted into a big family home, and that was a big issue. But but any of those, of the sort of North Ken creatives that we know, could say, okay, my ground floor and basement is going to be my fabulous design studio, and I don't have to get planning permission for this, and I'm just going to change. We're going to have people coming and going on motorbikes delivering stuff and whatever. Can they do that or not? Because basically they will be turning half their home into an office, a home office. So can they do that, or do they need planning permission for that? I'm just trying to gauge how this could shift things in Bassett Road.
Well, I think that the first thing I'd say in answer to that question is that this building at the moment is not part of the housing market. So this is not C3 residential use. The building is available only for people, either embassy staff or guests of embassy staff. So it's not a residential building at the moment. In other words, it's already different to the prevailing surrounding buildings that might be either dwelling houses or single dwelling houses or in flats. So that this building is already different to those, and it's not part of that market. In terms of what can be ancillary, anybody can actually operate a business from their own home. Anyone can set up a little office in their own home.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm actually talking about change of use, actually blocking off part of their home to be a busy office with lots of people. I'm not talking about work from home. Half the neighbourhood does that. But, it's completely different. So could anybody do that, or would they need permission to do that?
Well, if somebody was to change the whole of their dwelling from residential to office, that would require planning permission. Yeah. But that's not what's being proposed in this case, though. Yes, there isn't a dwelling here that is being changed to office use. That would be a change from C3 to office use, and that's not what's being proposed here.
I think that's clear. Thank you. Councillor Schmetterling.
Actually, Mr. Taylor, that actually raised a question in my mind about this matter of working from home or having an office. I think, isn't there a rule, or was a rule, maybe it's changed over the years, that you could only have up to 2 people coming into your home to use as an office, as opposed to your own?
Sorry, let's not get too philosophical.
No, but just to follow on that. Just to follow on from that.
To this?
No, but if that's the point, that's about the change of use, that's what I'm talking about. You needed planning permission to have somebody visiting your...
Yeah, well, I think Mr. Taylor's answered it in that this is not a C3 residential, this is a sui generis use, and the opinion of officers is that it is remaining sui generis. Anyway, he's answered it at some length, so I think we'll leave it there. Are there any more questions before we proceed to a vote? No? Okay, well, the only thing I would say before we vote is that I think probably most of us, if not all of us, definitely have sympathies with the worries raised by objectors, but planning is not the answer to everything, and we've got to make sure when making a planning decision that we consider only planning matters. I also think given the sort of opinion expressed that this potentially doesn't even need planning permission, at least the element converting it to office, that by adding a condition requiring that there's no queuing, or all queuing is done inside the property, actually would provide a greater protection, potentially, than if we weren't to pass this with that condition. So I think those are the things I'd consider. So let's proceed to a vote. The recommendation is to grant with that additional condition.
Chairman, just
Sorry, yeah.
one thing before you vote,
Yeah.
because I just want to check condition 3, because during the discussion it was said, I mean, the condition 5 is going on about the hours of operation between 9:30 and 12:30, but I think the applicants did actually say that they mentioned 2:30 on a Wednesday. So I'm just wondering if condition 5 is actually correct as it is. It says 1:30 in condition 5, but I thought, is that correct?
That we did just hear in the answer to questions that it's proposed to be 2:30 on a Wednesday. That's correct, yeah. So that at the moment the condition doesn't provide for 2:30 on a Wednesday.
So could we vote on what's in front of us, and then if the applicants want to make a separate application to change a condition, then they're obviously free to do so. Is that
They would be free to do so.
Yeah. Okay. Let's proceed to a vote then. With the condition, recommendation is to grant. Councillor Idris. Grant. Councillor Dent-Code.
Refuse.
Councillor Schmetterling.
In favour.
In favour. Councillor Woodger.
In favour, Chair.
Favour, and I'm in favour as well. So that passes 4-1. Thank you all very much for your time. We now proceed to 1 and 3 Claridge Gardens.
Right, this is an application to rearrange the interior of the buildings number 1 and 3, joining the two together, basically to form 23 studio units, which would be Class C3 this time, but between the two buildings. And that's a photograph of the front elevation. You can see there number 1 at the end of the terrace and number 3 being the next property in. And that's just an illustration that the buildings at the moment, both of them they've been converted into HMOs for a great many years. And that's just a typical HMO room in one of the buildings, so you can see how they've been altered internally. Having said that, with HMO conversion, I mean, the proportions of rooms are often obviously destroyed by inserting partitions, yet there are still a lot of features inside the building that are of historic interest, and you'll have seen just some discussion of that, and even the question as to whether the building was worthy of listing in the reports and in representations. The original staircases are there. On the other hand, the stairwells and landings have been compromised by partitioning, as you can see there. The proposed arrangement for the buildings, I mean, there's no need to look at each floor plan. I think that sort of typical floor plan sort of shows the arrangement. So basically there are 4 studio units on that floor, units 6, 7, 8 and 9. You can see that one of the staircases is removed in number 3, and you can see that the stairs are retained there in number 1. Important to point out at that point that planning permission is not required to remove the interior of the building. It isn't a listed building. In section terms, you'll have seen reference to new windows proposed at the rear, and you'll see those at the left-hand side of the image, just behind the rear elevation. And that's the last slide. Sorry, and before we go on to questions or discussion, I should apologise. The addendum report, some text appears to have been missed from it. So if for the record I could say that what would have been in the addendum report, if it had all come through, would have been paragraph 132 of the addendum report, mentions the date for completion of the legal agreement as the 20th of September, but that should now be changed to the 31st of October to enable the legal agreement to be completed. And then condition number 10, that the heading of the condition should change to sewer flooding to properly reflect the purpose of the condition. And that is the end of the presentation.
I'm going to start with a quick question, just to clarify, internal works, because most of the objections focus on these loss of historical features that you mentioned, which I agree are very regrettable. Internal works don't require planning permission, so they can gut the whole place and we can do nothing about it. Is that correct?
That's quite correct.
Yeah. And could we perhaps at least add an informative, if colleagues would agree with me, to encourage the developer to retain as many historic internal features as possible?
Yes, you could do that. I mean, it doesn't compel them to do anything, but
No,
you
I
could
know.
certainly encourage them to retain everything.
It's not particularly strong, but working within what we can actually do, would colleagues agree that we should add that as an informative? Yes,
Yep.
please. Yeah. Does anyone else have any questions on this one? No? Okay, in which case we'll proceed to a vote. Recommendation is to grant. Councillor Idris? In favour. Councillor Dentcode?
Approve.
Approve. Councillor Woodger approves, and I approve as well. So that's passed unanimously. We now move on to 120 Lexham Gardens. Yep. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, he's allowed to, he's back in on this one. Probably didn't realise we'd get through this case so quickly without him. Yeah. Yeah, if you can't see him straight away, Waller, just come back and we'll have to move on. But if he's, yeah. Right. 120 Lexham Gardens, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. This is an application to construct an extension at the rear and to convert the property to form 12 self-contained units, C3 units. The plan form of the building, you can see, I thought that I'd just start with that slide, which shows it's quite useful to show the rear building lines and the rear extensions, at least at ground floor level. So you can see the footprint of the neighbouring buildings in comparison with the application building. And that's the front elevation, so fairly typical of Lexham Gardens. That's a rear elevation, or not an elevation, but a sort of block diagram of the rear, which is quite useful to see the extent of alterations that have taken place to the rear. You can see that virtually every building there in this part of Lexham Gardens has been altered quite extensively at the rear and at roof level. The application property is number 120 in the centre of that image. And then that's the existing rear elevation. So again, you can see that's been altered, obviously, since it was built originally in the mid-19th century. And if you focused at the sort of left-hand side of that rear elevation, that's where the rear extension would be built. That's the lower ground floor and first floor. So you can see how the studio rooms would be arranged in the rear part of the building. And then you can see the lower level of the extension coming in there at first floor level at the right-hand side of the image. So the new work basically is identified there in the red colour. And then that's the second floor and third floor. So you can see the extension basically would be at first, second and third floor levels, and then it would terminate at the third floor level. You'll have seen reference in some of the representations to a previously proposed ground floor extension that would have extended rearwards beyond the rear building line, but that's been deleted from the proposal in its entirety. And in section, that shows the roof alteration, so keeping the mansard form, and then the rear extension in section. And that's the existing rear elevation on the left-hand side and the proposed rear elevation on the right-hand side. And that's the last slide. But before you go on to questions, there was also an omission from the addendum report in relation to this application. So should you be minded to grant it, if I could recommend that a sound insulation condition is added. You might have seen it present on the Claridge Gardens application. And that there should be one here too, which would be condition 9. So if I could recommend adding sound insulation, the internal insulation condition. And then if I could also recommend that condition 6 is amended to refer clearly to each roof of the rear extensions to the building. At the moment it's a little vague as to what it's referring to. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you. Well, I think we'd certainly be supportive of adding those conditions. Does anyone have any questions, Mr. Taylor? Yes, Waller.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Taylor, does the number of units increase or decrease?
Well, at the moment,
overall,
the number of units would be decreasing because they're forming studio flats.
Getting big, okay.
If I can find how many, so at the moment there are 20 bed-sitting units, and they'd be rationalised to form 12 studio flats.
But it's going from HMO to sort of proper flats, yeah, albeit studio flats, yeah. Any other questions? No? Okay, well, in which case, let's proceed to a vote, including those conditions outlined. The recommendation is to grant. Councillor Idris?
Agreed.
Councillor Denkode?
Agreed.
Councillor Schmetterling?
Agreed.
Councillor Woodger?
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour as well. So we now proceed to 6A Cresswell Place. Mr Woodhead.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So as mentioned, the site is 6A Cresswell Place, and planning permission is sought for the demolition of the existing property on the site, and the replacement with a contemporary two-storey dwelling with accommodation in the roof, and for the excavation of a basement. So on the slide, you can see a view looking down Cresswell Place. I've included this just to provide a bit of context. And then this slide looks at, so this property with the van outside is the application property that we're looking at. And so this is in the plan form of the existing situation. And then this is the proposed street elevation of the replacement dwelling. And again, this is the existing situation, looking at the rear elevations of the property and the two properties out the side. And then this is the proposed rear elevation. And again, an existing section. And the proposed section here, you can see the excavation of the basement beneath the footprint of the property, and the extent of the property above ground. And then just showing the proposed ground floor level. So on the right hand side, you can see Cresswell Place and the relationship with the property as a result of the demolition of the property. And the proposal includes the removal of the two off-street parking spaces. This section of the land will then be given over to kind of the property's demise will then extend, or the wall will then be bound to the pavement of Cresswell Place, which will be reinstated, and that's secured by, or would be secured by a legal agreement. And then, as part of that legal agreement, on-street parking space would be created. And then there are just a number of kind of mock-up CGIs of what the proposed building would look like. So here again is the context with the neighbouring properties. And then it's sat within the kind of wider context of Cresswell Place. And then again how it will be viewed from the rear. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions? I'll start. Could we just go back to the picture, the mock-up of the front?
That one or that one there?
So yeah, that one. So in terms of street level, that gate we're looking at, approximately how high is that? Is above head height, I assume?
Yes, I would agree with that conclusion. I couldn't say exactly how, but
probably above head height.
Yeah.
So in terms of the interaction of the pedestrian with the building, a lot of it is going to be with that sort of blank white gate.
Yeah, so it would be with this entrance gate, not seen here, but there is a little courtyard, and there is a proposed introduction of a tree in that courtyard, which again will enhance that space as a courtyard, softening the kind of front elevation and the relationship with the street. But yes, and then there's a window in that boundary wall as well.
Well, to me, it's not a particularly friendly interaction with the street, but I'll see. Colleagues, what questions does anyone have? Councillor Schmetterling? Or yeah, Councillor Woodger?
It's more just comment, really. I mean, it seems quite unusual for a whole building basically to be demolished with something else, which also doesn't look in place with the other buildings. I don't know in planning terms if that's in terms of fitting with the area, if that's something that could be considered. Is that something in planning terms we can look at, or?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of planning terms, of course, the site is located in a conservation area, and policy CL3 requires development to preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area. I mean, expanding on that point, policy 3, part C, I think it is, sets out requirements where demolition is proposed, and sets out a number of requirements. Now, in the conservation area appraisal, the application property is identified as a neutral contributor, and in effect, it was built in the 1960s. There's some detracting features from the existing property. Now, whilst I can see why you can have that view in terms of how the proposed building would sit in this context and kind of the CGI, historically the form of the site would have been a kind of a gable end, modest, simple building, and therefore the proposal seeks to be a memory of what that form of building was. It is a different scale to what was there previously, historically, but the building that was demolished in the 60s for the existing building was kind of gable-ended, and that is where the, I think, design intent has come from.
If we weren't satisfied with the quality or the style of the architecture, is that something we consider if we were to reject this?
Yeah, I mean, again, if you had concerns with the style of the architecture, that is a valid reason that you could refuse planning permission on.
Okay, all right.
Yes, Councillor Dentcote.
Thank you. I'm a bit gobsmacked, really, because this is a mews, and these are, obviously they're originally very grand muses for the incredible houses at the Boltons. And then we're getting a mini mansion. I just don't. I think contextually, it's the wrong house in the wrong place. Don't we have any kind of control over what mews houses should look like? Suddenly we've knocked down a whole load of them, and we're putting in a tiny mansion. Yeah, you think that too, don't you? Thank you. I find it really, really strange, because this is a mews that serviced the Boltons. Isn't it allowed to look like a mews house? We've got some lovely mews houses which have been done up and restored and changed a bit and so on, and they have their own characteristics. And I'm just a bit concerned that we're getting a whole new typology in there which doesn't belong.
I mean, if I expand on what I was saying earlier, Cresswell Place is characterised, as you said, you're right. It is what's called the mews of the Boltons. It's characterised by an extremely varied architectural style and character. There is no uniformed scale and appearance of the properties. You can see here on the left-hand side a more traditional kind of mews appearance of a building, and then on the right-hand side you can see the 3-storey plus mansard properties which have replaced those historic mews properties on the site, and that's reflected in the conservation area appraisal again, which identifies it as a neutral contributor. So it isn't a building which provides the high quality, the character of the conservation area, and it's not a reason as to why the conservation area is designated as a conservation
We're not
area.
looking at the local character of the Boltons. We should be looking at the local character of Cresswell Place, which isn't what's being proposed. And I have no problem at all with nice little mews houses being done up and so on. They're gorgeous, but what's being proposed here is something completely different. It's a totally different typology. It's not a mews house. And I think we should preserve things like that. I really do.
I think the Cresswell Place does have a varied architecture, but a step could have been made to head in the direction of a more uniform look to it, and instead this application seems to be setting a new level of differentiation with everything else that's there. So I certainly sympathise with that. Do we have any more questions? Or
it's just a comment. It's my Nick Clegg moment. I agree with Emma, and I think it's if at least change to something beautiful, because we promised in this borough to build beautiful, it will be acceptable. But it's not even pretty to look at. It's unfortunately,
Any others? Okay. Go ahead, Dory.
Yeah, I'm just a bit concerned about the fact that an architect objected here, saying it's really not in keeping with everything, and yet that seems to have been just ignored somehow, or it was felt that it wasn't very weighty. I just wondered if you'd like to comment on that. The objection is on page. Here we are.
9.
It's
9.
Is it Katrina Dujardin? No, in the actual details of the objections is Katrina Dujardin, which is in fact on the first page of public comments, starts on the first page of public comments, goes on to the second one. I mean, to cite the first sentence on the second page, I do not understand the basis of the design proposal at all. And then, etc. But I thought it was quite definite.
I think all there is to say to that is architects have different opinions, as we all can on architecture. So I'm just saying that in terms of the objection, of course, what they say, has some merit, but architecture is subjective, and officers in this case have come to a different view to that architect, but that's why we have these debates, isn't it, to discuss the virtues of various proposals that come forward. So,
Local character is important. It's embedded in our local plan, and this is against local character.
I'm not disagreeing that local character is important. I'm just saying I don't think we've dismissed the objection as irrelevant, but it's plausible that officers may have had a different view to that objector. That's all.
Thank you. I think we've covered that fairly well now, and we're probably ready to move on to a vote.
Chairman, sorry,
yes.
just to confirm, can we vote on the recommendation first?
Yeah.
See what happens with that?
Yeah. So the recommendation is to grant. Councillor Idris?
No, I refuse.
Refuse. Councillor Dentcode?
Refuse.
Refuse. Councillor Schmetterling?
Oddly enough, I'm in favour.
In favour. Councillor Woodger?
Refuse.
And I also vote to refuse, so that's 4-1 in favour of refusing the application. And then in terms of a reason, I think it's as simple as we don't believe it makes a positive contribution to the conservation area. So I assume that's all we need to say.
Again, I would bring to the members' attention, similar to the case before, whereby there's almost the two things of policy CL1, CL3, as you mentioned, which it kind of completely agreed with, is in terms of the conservation area, whether it preserves the character and appearance of the conservation area. I would also suggest that you're probably looking at policy CL1 as well as that, which requires development to respect the existing context, character and appearance of kind of the street scene and the buildings.
That's very helpful, and I think I would certainly agree that we'd want to include both of those in our reason. So unless there's any objections, we'll put both those reasons forward. Councillor Idris? Oh, sorry, we need so I'm happy to propose. Who would like to second? Okay. Councillor Dentcode is going to second. Councillor Idris?
Agreed.
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 Yeah. Sorry.
Question is a difficult one because I was in favour of the application, but can I support?
You can still vote in favour. You can vote either way.
Could you just repeat the two? I didn't get one of the reasons.
Matthew, could you repeat those two reasons, please?
One is the failure of the development to preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area, and the second, essentially contrary to policy CL3, and the second is CL1, which is failure to respect the, again, existing character and the context of the site and the street scene.
Okay, in favour.
Agreed.
And I'm in favour as well. We now move to flat B9 Longridge Road.
Sorry, Chairman, I'm just getting up the slides.
No problem.
So this is flat B9 Longridge Road. The proposal is for the raising of the brick parapet to a rear basement level, lower ground floor level extension by 30 centimetres. As you will see in the next photos, two of the parapet walls have been already built out. So here is a photo of the, so this is the lower ground floor extension, this is the roof of it, and these are the two parapet walls that have been built out. There is a photo, which I probably should have put in the slide, but there is a photo of what the roof was previously, or the parapets were in the application pack. So it's the first sheet of the application, the drawings. But this is what the proposal kind of is seeking permission for. So it's the raising of these parapets and the replacing kind of materials to the roof. And then works haven't been carried out, but it would also introduce a parapet wall to this kind of eastern side of the roof of the extension. And then this is just showing a photo from the application property to the neighbouring, an extension at the neighbouring property, just to kind of provide some context. And this is the proposed ground floor plan, so this is the application property, and you're looking down at the roof terrace, which we just saw in the photos. The two parapet walls that have been raised already, and then the further parapet wall which hasn't been raised yet, and that work is proposed. And again, this is just showing the comparison from the existing situation on the left-hand side to the proposed situation on the right-hand side, so you can see the raising of that parapet around the roof. And that concludes my presentation.
Colleagues, any questions? Sorry.
I just need a bit of help here. I couldn't understand really, maybe I didn't read the drawings properly, but I couldn't fully understand what the problem with that is. If it's only a parapet wall, how can it affect privacy in a negative way? Because it'll just separate views more. So I didn't quite understand what it is that the objectors are concerned about.
I mean, the concerns in relation to kind of living conditions, privacy, as you mentioned, is one. It's been addressed in the officer's report, but we would disagree in terms of the conclusion of officers that it wouldn't impact the kind of privacy or the living conditions of neighbouring properties.
I think some people, similar to one of the previous cases we had, some people are concerned it will be used as a terrace, but the application is not for a terrace, and it can't legally be used as a terrace, but that's probably behind a lot of the concerns. Councillor Idris?
Is there anything to mitigate them not using it as a terrace in the future?
Well, I think they would need planning to do it, but I'll hand back to Mr. Woodhead.
Yeah, I mean, so recommended condition 3, it essentially precludes the use of that roof as a terrace.
Yeah.
It's also probably worth pointing out in the planning history, there were works permitted in 2016 which also had a condition, so the permission was subject to that condition, which again approved French doors, but that had a condition which also precluded it as to be used as a roof terrace.
Okay. So it's similar to the previous ones, so that we can understand the concerns of residents, but nonetheless the application is not for it to be a terrace, and we're quite clear in the conditions that it can't be. Dorry.
Chair, I know this is not really directly pertinent to a planning application, but why do they need to increase the size of the parapet wall if it's not going to be used as a terrace? Do we know that? I couldn't second guess the reasons as to why
the applicant is proposing what they are.
That's the thing. If it's just for maintenance purposes, well, you know, there's a question. As I said, I realise that's not a planning issue as such, but one is curious why, if it's not going to be used as a terrace, why are they spending all that money to do that?
Protection, perhaps, or aesthetic reasons. I don't know. We can't assume why they want it. But yeah, although I can see why you would wonder. Any other questions before we proceed to a vote? Okay. In which case we do proceed to a vote. The recommendation is to grant. Councillor Idris. In favour. Councillor Dentcode.
Approve.
In favour. Councillor Schmettling.
In favour.
In favour. Councillor Woodger.
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour as well. So that's passed. Where are we now? 114 to 116 Kings Road.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So this is the application site. This is the existing shopfront, so the proposal is to replace the shopfront. This is the existing shopfront, or has been. It received planning permission a couple of years ago to be replaced. As you can see, it's quite a modern shopfront, located on the kind of northern side of Kings Road. And this is just in the existing shopfront in elevation form. And then this would be the proposed shopfront. So the proposal would introduce some more traditional characteristics of a shopfront, and you can see the kind of the elements that are being proposed in. So this is the elevation from the Kings Road, and then this shows the side elevations of the shopfront, which extends out where the Tryon Street is located. There's just elements of the side return of the shopfront. So that's it in the existing situation, and then how it is in the proposed situation with that more traditional detailing. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions? Yep. Sorry.
I've got questions on two issues. One of them is, let's say, based on example, the first objection in the detailed list about traffic. Should we not have a CTMP or something similar? Because there doesn't seem to be one.
I mean, for a development such as what's being proposed in terms of the replacement of a shopfront, there isn't a requirement in policy for a plan to assess the impact of construction traffic for this type of development. As I mentioned before, in the officer's report, a permission was granted in 2019 for alterations to the shopfront. In that instance, they were subdividing the unit. In this instance, there is no subdivision of the unit, but given the scale of the proposals, we wouldn't expect a CTMP.
I was thinking of the side street in particular.
In terms of, I mean, the majority of the shopfront, as I mentioned, fronts onto to the Kings Road. Yeah. And so there are small returns that kind of extend to Tryon Street, but in terms of accessing the site, the primary access is from the Kings Road rather than the use of Tryon Street.
Also, next to
Can
that...
I just ask this my second question? Sorry. Or was it relating to this?
Respond to you. Also, next to that shop on the side, it's a little bit... There is a lot more space in because the next shop is a little bit inward, if you see what I'm saying. So okay. on the street, maybe on the side road, they don't have access, but on the other side, they have quite a lot of space.
Okay. You're more familiar with that area, I know. The second point was the worry about noise. The response is that it's unlikely to do anything, the ventilation grills. I don't know where the equipment is, but if there's noise, could one not apply the usual noise condition, a standard noise condition? Because if it's not noisy at all, then don't have to worry about much.
I mean, it's in the gift of members to apply conditions to a permission. So if you felt that there were concerns with that and a condition could address those concerns, then yes. I mean, an officer's opinion is that the use of the land, the unit isn't being altered in terms of, like, with this permission. It is looking at a replacement shop front. And so in that regard, the operation isn't going to be significantly different to what is there in the existing situation.
I think Councillor Schmetling, I think, was referring specifically to the ventilation grills. Are they bringing any additional noise to the site?
I mean, as you can see in the description of development, it is relating to the shop front in terms of what is being, so it's the replacement of the shop front with the installation of retractable awnings, a new entrance door, projecting sign and other associated work. So, I mean, there's nothing in the plans to suggest internally that there is plant being located internally, but yeah, it could just be a case of there is a basement in the property and to introduce some venting to those lower ground floor, that lower ground floor level.
So they're not actually grills for machinery.
Okay, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Right, let's proceed to a vote then. The recommendation is to grant. Councillor Idris? In favour. Councillor Dent-Code?
In favour.
Councillor Schmetling?
In favour.
Councillor Woodger?
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour as well. Right, we now proceed to final page.
So we're now at 500 Kings Road.
500 Kings Road.
Yeah, just slightly further down.
Taking a saunter down the Kings Road. Back to you.
So this application is for the installation of externally illuminated temporary shroud around the scaffolding to 500 Kings Road. So as set out in the officer's report, the proposal is for works to the application property, and this application is seeking a kind of advertisement to the shrouding and the scaffolding for the duration of those works. So that is it's an elevation of the existing property from Slateburn Street, and the shroud will have kind of an image of the application property reflected on it, and then this is the area that is proposed to be given over to some commercial advertising across this area. So that's just identified in the red, and then there's the kind of external illumination just above that. And then this is the other elevation, which will just have an image of the building behind it on the scaffolding. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. I think I have a couple of sort of concerns on this one. And we don't know the sort of various economics behind how much income they'll receive versus how much it costs to fit up, etc. But it is in a conservation area, and firstly, by allowing it, this sort of huge billboard, there is an incentive for people in the future to have scaffolding up, and I know we're only offering it for 9 months, but nonetheless it gives some level of incentive. And secondly, I think it's really great when the building there's a wrap of the building on the scaffolding. It really makes a difference, particularly in conservation areas. But as regards the Kings Road frontage, which is the one most people will see, it's almost pointless, I think, because that advert is so large. So that's my concern. My question is, because I know advertising consent's a bit different, do we consult residents, or did we consult residents on the advertising consent?
So there's no statutory requirement to consult residents, it was placed in the Gazette, so it was in the public domain. We did consult ward members as part of the application.
Okay.
Chair, can I?
Yes, Councillor
Thank you.
Code.
Yeah, I've tell you, they probably get about £250,000 a year for that advertising. We had a problem in Portobello Road where somebody who wasn't going to develop their property had a fantastic, huge advert facing, Portobello Road and the Westway, and that went on for a very long time, and the enforcement issues were just appalling. And because it was illuminated, it really did bother all the neighbours. Apart from being inappropriate and there for far too long. So I'm a bit worried about how do we actually enforce something if they're not actually doing the building behind it, and they just decided to make £250,000 or whatever it would be out of renting out that huge billboard. And I think it's, I don't know, I'm not comfortable with it either, Chair, basically.
I think that is a worry. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add on that. You don't have to. It's just a statement rather than a question.
I think, again, just bringing the members' attention back to Condition 6, which kind of secures it on a time-limited basis, and when those works kind of complete on site.
It does give some protection, but nonetheless, it is a worry that it starts to become an incentive, and that's a big piece of advertising in the middle of a conservation area, and it is externally illuminated as well. Councillor Idris.
Can it have a time limit? How long?
I think there is a time limit. Is the time limit 9 months at the moment?
Yes, so basically the condition sets out, it says it will be displayed for a limited period of 9 months, and then shall be removed thereafter, but as part of the condition there is a little bit of flexibility. That flexibility allows to say if there is issues getting materials in, for instance, and it takes 12 months, then on completion of those works, then the advertisement will have to be removed.
Because I wanted to actually reduce the number of months as opposed to, in this way maybe they can have it for 6 months, and we'll see what happens in 6 months, and then we review it after that. But is the timing, when you condition the time, does that include from the day you give the planning, you approve the planning permission to the day, to the end of 6 months, or is it from the day they erect the whole thing?
I think it will be from the date of the decision notice.
So if the decision was done today, that means 6 months or 9 months from today?
Sorry, I'm going to jump in. I disagree. I think it's from the date it is installed, is the way the condition is worded. And it says a limited period of 9 months and shall be removed either upon substantial completion of the building work requiring scaffolding or before the expiry date of 9 months. So my reading of that is that they wouldn't be able to keep it up more than 9 months, and they would have to come back for further advertisement consent to do that. So I don't think there is the flexibility within that Matt was just suggesting. Actually, I read that condition to be tighter.
Well, in this case, can we reduce it from 9 months to 6 months?
That would of course be possible for members to do, and you could firm up the reason for the condition as well, and explain that you think it is sort of the temporary nature of the condition.
Yes.
And that's what has sort of played a part in approving the advert, but the sort of the temporary nature of it is an important part. So the reason could sort of clarify that as well.
And can we also specify what kind of adverts they can have?
No. So when you grant advertisement consent, we're not able to control what the advertisement is of. It is the panel and the structure and the size rather than the actual content.
Because if it's one of those illuminating, flickery things, that's going to drive people crazy.
So you can control the illumination. So if you have a look, the condition 8, for example, conditions the brightness levels. If you wanted it to only be static, and that was a concern that you thought it might be flashing, again, that you could add in another condition just to ensure that it is just a static advert, if you wanted to have that additional control.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Dory?
Firstly, I'm just curious, and because this has come to the committee not because of objections, but because the director thought it was a good idea. Is that, you think, because of the potentially controversial nature of the advert, that we might consider it controversial?
I think all advertising consents now come to committee, is that right?
All advertisement consent of this nature, so on shrouds, on hoarding.
Okay, thanks. Now, coming to the question about things going on here, I noticed that condition 8, as Ms. Harrell pointed out, limits the brightness. Now, this is not an internally illuminated one, so it's not going to be a flickery thing, right? It's just externally illuminated. But I'm just wondering, I don't know what 300 candelas means per square metre. Is that how bright that is, and what does it look like? Most of the 9 months will be winter, dark, GMT, so it's going to be on. It's very bright from 5 o'clock onwards or thereabouts, or whatever the thing is. So how bright would it be? Do we any idea? Why is it 300 candelas? I mean, who decided that? What's so good about it?
That's a good question. In effect, that's how light is measured for...
No, I know that, but who decided it's 300 not 150?
I mean, so to set it in a bit of context, when on applications for kind of a fascia signage and they want it to be illuminated, the council's standard position is for 680 candelas. So that is what we would usually condition. This is below that. 680 candelas.
So this is for the externally illuminated. In other words, a light is shining onto the advert rather than it's... Okay. Can you... Well, anyway, it's not as intrusive as a...
Yeah, so there's... I'll hopefully just get up the elevations, but there's 3 lights just above the... on this plan. I don't know whether you can actually see that. But there's 3 external LED downlights that will reflect back onto the advertisement. It's also just worth pointing out, Condition 7 does restrict the hours that the advertisement shall be illuminated for.
Just one more question on that. If we grant this, as is within subject to conditions, and residents complain about the light level, do we have then the opportunity to come back with a reviewed brightness? Might say cut it down by 20% or something. Is that possible or not?
In short, no. If the members were to approve the advertisement, then they could display that for kind of that's something that if it complies with the permission. So for those 9 months.
Sorry, can you repeat that slowly? I didn't get that.
Sorry. So if members were to go with the recommendation to approve, the works could be carried out in accordance with that permission. It wouldn't be possible in 3 months' time to put it back in and say, actually, we don't like it now.
It is possible, it's not possible.
It's not. Sorry.
Sorry, I have one last question. The wrapping in the image of the building behind it, is that something that we require or something that developers offer?
In terms of the wrapping that will show the building?
Yeah.
That is something that they offer, so they wouldn't have to, but that it could be scaffolding or something else that
so that's a sort of quid pro quo sort of thing. Okay.
That's going to be similar to the one Mr. Taylor might know, the one in on the way to Shepherd's Bush. Is this similar to that? There is a building, remember we approved something or didn't approve it, or it came on Holland Road.
Holland
Park.
Yeah, you're referring to 186 Holland Park Avenue.
Yeah.
Which is the end building facing Hammersmith across the roundabout.
Is that similar to it?
Actually, this is pretty similar to that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
similar scale.
So I can just visualize.
I'd say it's very similar.
And the same size?
give or take, but it's
Okay.
just guessing. I'd say it's very close in size. Yeah.
Well, I think in principle, and it's difficult because there's not a policy on this, or not a clear one sort of specific to this exact case, but in principle I think it's a good idea to have a quid pro quo that developers provide a wrapping which looks like the building, which is much better than normal scaffolding, but they get some sort of benefit of having advertising there. To my mind, this one, well, I think the question we need to consider, let's put it that way, does this go too far, and does this just turn the whole building into a billboard? Is that appropriate in a conservation area?
I don't think it says that, does it? We haven't got an advertising area specified, have we?
You can see it on the...
Oh, so it is most
so
of it.
that's the King's Road frontage.
Oh, so it is
And
most
the
of
red
it.
square is, yeah.
Right, okay.
So, I mean, one option is to put additional limitations, one option is to approve it as is, and another option is to say that actually a billboard, advertising like that effectively turns the building into a billboard, which we don't think is appropriate for a conservation area. Yeah, Maxwell.
I mean, I think Waller mentioned earlier, maybe if we can condition it for 6 months, and if that's or limited to 6 months, I think that would be reasonable, because it's not too light compared to the limitations. I think the officer mentioned what we could potentially grant. So I think that's a reasonable measure if you grant it for 6 months.
If the
And
building,
they would need further permission to extend it.
They would need to come back.
Yeah.
But presumably they've asked for 9 months because that's how long they think it'll take to do the building. So.
6 months you allow residents to complain, and if you have enough complaint, it will be like with licensing. You don't get it again.
That is true. That is true. On the other hand, they presumably will not have finished the works within 6 months. So,
So there is the issue of the conservation area. It's just, I think we're disrespecting the area in that sense.
Okay. Well, I think we should. Well, I suppose we should take a vote, but we need to decide what we're voting on. Do we want to vote on the 6th condition as is, but reduced to 6 months instead of 9 months? Councillor Dencote?
I just think it's a step too far. It's huge. It's huge, and it's really intrusive, and it's in a residential area. There are houses in front of it, the side of it, all around it, and people do object to these, and it's in a residential area. I think it's just far too intrusive. Huge advert like that. They will be making £250,000 a year potentially. I think they're taking the mickey. I say no. I just don't think we should tolerate it. It'll just get worse and worse. We say, oh, they did that down King's Road, why can't we do that here?
Yeah. No, I think I understand your concerns, but nonetheless we need to decide what we're voting on.
Happy to propose limited to 6 months.
So we'll vote on limiting it to 6 months. Is everyone happy if we vote on that?
If on the 6 months, I suggested the 6 months before realizing or understanding how big.
You can still, you don't have to vote for it. We just need to decide what we're voting on. So it seems, well, so Waller, do you think, I'll just go round quickly, do you think we should vote, just not what you're voting, but what we're voting on, should we vote on 6 months, otherwise as is, or as is 9 months?
I think we should vote as is.
As is.
And we go from there.
Emma?
As is, yes or no?
As is. Dorry?
I'll agree with that, but then if we say no, we can discuss the options.
Okay.
Is that correct?
So, well, no, if we turn it down, we turn it down.
And you give a reason.
Chairman, if you turn it down, you can't then suddenly come back with 6 months.
Exactly.
I mean, you're going to have to come up with a reason for refusal, and you can only refuse on visual amenity grounds or public safety. Public safety doesn't come into it, so you'd have to refuse on the visual amenity
On visual
ground.
amenity, yeah.
You know, if you're confident you can back that up.
Yeah. So if we refuse, we can't come back. So do you want to, the question is, do we vote on the application as is, or do we vote on it with a condition that it's only for 6 months?
On an amendment. I'll go for the amendment.
So we vote on it with the 6 month condition. Maxwell? 6 month condition. Well, I don't see any harm on voting on it with the 6 month condition. So we'll put it to the vote on the application in front of us, but for 6 months instead of 9 months. And as has been pointed out, the only option really to vote against it is on visual amenity. That in mind, Councillor Idris.
Refuse.
Refuse. Councillor Dent-Code.
Refuse.
Councillor Schmetterling.
Agree. Grant. But
Grant.
6 months.
Councillor Woodger.
In favour, Chair.
And I'm going to vote against it on the visual amenity grounds. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So listening to the discussion, it's I'm getting that it's the size of the advertisement that is the real concern here, not necessarily the principle of having any advertisement in general. I think you're all agreed that Kings Road is a commercial street and so adverts are there, but in this particular instance it's the size comparable with the overall shroud. It's too big. So we can draft something along those lines to say that it's the size of the advert and the impact that then has on the character of the street scene and the conservation area and the resulting harm in visual amenity terms of that.
I'd be happy with that, colleagues. Yeah. So with that as a reason, I presume we now have to vote on that. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Idris proposing, Councillor Dent-Code seconding. Councillor Idris, in favour. Councillor Dent-Code?
In favour.
Councillor Schmetterling?
In favour.
Councillor Woodger?
Against.
Against, and I'm in favour. So, we now move on to the land adjacent to 7 Holbein Place.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find where it is. So, permission was granted at Holbein Place last year, or has been granted for works to the existing office building, demolition of the roof and other works, and similar to the previous application, this is for the temporary installation of hoarding and advertisement wrap. This one is non-illuminated around the kind of the structure, and this will be temporarily erected until October 2022. So on the slide you can see the proposed ground floor layout. So this just shows where the hoarding would be located, and the relationship with the street, Holbein Place, and the pavement. And then this shows the hoarding, again, as kind of in the location just shown, and then the scaffolding with the wrap around the scaffolding. And this is, again, the elevation fronting Holbein Place, but this is just phase 2, so the development will be carried out in two phases. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So just to double check, the hoarding is just on the ground floor level, is that right?
So there will be a wrap around the whole building. It will show the building behind it at this level, and at this level it will be the advertisement down here.
So the wrap shows the building, and then the advertising hoarding is just at ground floor, ground floor level. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, colleagues. Any questions? No. Okay, we proceed to a vote. That's okay.
No, I think I just had the only question, the same question as before, but it's been answered, that advertisements are brought before the committee, so that's fine. I have no other questions. Not illuminated, so it doesn't do the same thing as the previous one did.
Yeah. Considerably smaller in relation to the building. So the recommendation is to grant. Councillor Idris.
Grant.
Councillor Dent-Code.
In favour.
Councillor Schmidt.
Grant, in favour, yeah.
Councillor Woodger.
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour as well. So, where are we now? 15 Pembroke Place.
Right, so that's back to the North Pack.
Yep.
So the first image I'm showing you there, that's the application property at the centre of the photograph in the sort of light blue paint. And you can see there its relationship obviously with the main terrace in Pembroke Place. And if you look at the left-hand side of the building, you can see the flank which faces other properties that you can just see at the left-hand side of the photograph. In fact, at this point, I'll just remind you that this afternoon at about 10 to 5, we did receive a late representation from one of the existing objectors who lives at number 10, so facing directly onto the flank. That was circulated to you electronically at about 10 to 5, so that's too late for the addendum reports. That's the existing rear elevation, and the next image is the proposed rear elevation. So you see there, in comparison with the existing, there's a terrace, or a small balcony, proposed at first floor level. There are roof lights on top of the main roof, and then there's a lower terrace and parapet walls that are raised at the ground floor level. The representation this afternoon was focused mainly on the balcony, so I'll call it a Juliet balcony at the first floor level. That's the existing side elevation. Now you'll see on the existing elevation the property behind it actually has a large terrace at first floor level, and so that's the existing elevation, and then that's the proposed elevation. So if you look closely at the proposed elevation, you can just see the proposed Juliet balcony sort of in front of the larger terrace behind it. The other thing to focus on in that elevation are the two windows, the two high-level windows that you see at the ground floor level. And in the next image, you'll see those two windows in section. So that's basically a section through the application property, and then through it's probably number 10, Pembroke Place, immediately to the right-hand side. And you'll see there that they've drawn in some sight lines to show the angles of view that would be attained through the two little windows. An important point to note, though, is that those windows would actually be obscured. So they've only applied for obscured glazing in those two windows. So, I mean, although those would be accurate angles of view, clearly if they're obscured, then you wouldn't really see very much in those angles. And that's the last slide.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? Okay. Nope. We'll proceed directly to a vote then. The recommendation is to grant. Councillor Idris.
I grant.
In favour. Councillor Dent-Code.
In favour.
In favour. Councillor Schmetterling.
In favour.
In favour. Councillor Woodger.
In favour, Chair. And
I'm in favour as well. So that's passed unanimously. And we're getting to its last one.
This is the last case, Chair.
Yeah, 16
Pembroke
Mews. Fantastic. Take us home.
So essentially a single-storey basement is proposed in the Mews. The first image shows you part of Pembroke Mews. The application property is identified in the sort of orange terracotta colour. You'll see how Denby Road is identified at the right-hand side of the image, and that's the point of access to the Mews. And that's the application property at the back of the image on the left-hand side. I've outlined it in red, which you might just be able to see on the image. The existing section is basically the upper part of the building. This is the proposed section showing the excavation of a single-storey basement beneath the existing house. So that's a policy-compliant basement. As you'll be aware, one story is allowed under the policy CL7. And that's the proposed basement plan. They haven't identified anything apart from Area 1 and Area 2, but there isn't planning control as to precisely what they use the space for. As always in a Mews, construction traffic, as you were discussing earlier, I mean, it is clearly a major issue. Pembroke Mews is not an easy one to access. I mean, a lot of Mews properties already have to carry out their access in roughly the form that you'll see there. Essentially, the vehicles, the construction vehicles, would access forwards, but they'd carry out the last bit of their manoeuvre in reverse, which is the red part you see there of the sequence. So they'd come in forwards, sort of reverse backwards in front of the property. They'd park directly in front of the property that would leave over 4 metres across the Mews to the back of number 7. And then they would then leave in the forward gear. That shows one of the vehicles immediately in front of the building, with a conveyor then going from the building sort of directly into the vehicle. And that's just the plan. That's also part of the CTMP, which shows the vehicle parked immediately in front, and then the conveyor belt, the conveyor leading into the building. Just a little bit about the CTMP, because it's obviously of paramount importance in the Mews. The CTMP basically confirms that vehicles would either deliver or take stuff away between 9:30 and 3:30 every day. It'd be 3:30 to allow sort of or limit interference with school runs, because when the applicants carried out their consultation in the Mews, the school run at sort of 3:30, 4 o'clock came up as one of the important concerns for Mews residents. So that they would limit it to those hours, 9:30 to 3:30. The dwell time would be about between 20 and 40 minutes per vehicle, and they'd be expecting 2 to 5 vehicles a day for 39 weeks. And that's the end of the presentation.
So what did you say the dwell time was?
So the dwell time identified in the CTMP is between 20 and 40 minutes per vehicle, which would be 2 to 5 vehicles a day, depending on the stage in the process.
Did it specify what size vehicle was it? I mean, because it's a Mews again.
They do. They've chosen the Nissan Cabstar, okay. Which you've probably come across before. It's a very common vehicle for small-scale situations like a Mews. And that's the vehicle they've drawn in there on the plan.
Thank you.
And presumably that's a normal diesel or petrol vehicle.
I heard the discussion with the earlier case relating to that, and I checked through the CTMP at the time, that there actually isn't a question in our standard format as to the type of engine the vehicle has. So there's everything to do with size and frequency of arrival and departure. But there actually isn't a question in the pro forma relating to the engine type. So I couldn't see reference here to whether it was petrol or electric. But it is, as I say, it's not one of our standard questions. Maybe it ought to be. But
yeah, no, I think that's an interesting thought. Certainly, with, as the objectors say, sort of children playing in the Mews, a lot of vehicles coming in, those emissions, and nitrous oxide and such like could certainly have a health effect. Any other questions?
Oh, it was an observation, actually, Chair, that it looks like they've actually talking to their neighbours and agreeing something which was just about bearable, which makes a change, doesn't it? It's just my observation.
Councillor Schmetterling.
More of an observation. I mean, I'm quite familiar with this, at least with the entrance of these mews. It seems that in comparison to the previous case, there is a lot more room in which to manoeuvre, because it's a straight run. You go through the tunnel, or the archway, and then you emerge in a straight zone, so the vehicle manoeuvre room is easier, and it does look wider than the previous one. So they should because of that, they should get through rather quickly, because one of the problems in the previous case was it took ages to get through because they had to back up in some cases and so on. Would you agree with that? I mean, there's a lot more room here.
I think there's more room altogether. I mean, the reversing past the manoeuvre would still take some care, but yeah, there is actually more room in this mews.
You know, I agree that in turning around it requires some skill, but it's just getting in and out isn't so difficult.
I think because this mews is obviously a more recently built mews, it is not as cramped as some of the Victorian ones.
Yeah, it is quite a new. The whole thing's quite new, isn't it? Even if it doesn't look it, but it is. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks very much.
Yeah. I suppose it's tight between 9 and 17, but it's not tight the whole way down. Like saying there is a tight spot between 9 and 17, but it's not tight the whole way down like the other one. So it'll be done much quicker. I don't know if members would consider putting on, I don't know if it's a condition or maybe a minute to officers or something we can allow officers to discharge, something just taking into consideration the emissions of the vehicle, and if it's not, it might be too onerous to require a fully electric vehicle, but at least a low emissions vehicle would improve the air quality for you're not minded.
I think it'd be too onerous on the suppliers at this stage. It's too many, it's
I think
too micromanagement.
I think until we become totally carbon neutral and everybody is driving a neutral car, we can't really ask, because there's a lot of people still driving old vehicle, and that's how they make their living.
I think, well, I mean, I'll go with the opinion of the committee. I would disagree. I think 2 to 5 trucks a day for almost a year for a child growing up in that mews is potentially life-changing in terms of the health impact. So I don't think it is too onerous to require a low emissions vehicle.
Okay.
Councillor Duncode?
Well, I think we could recommend it. Half of North Kensington is in a terrible low emission zone. The trouble is, by demanding what we're punishing people who are doing the deliveries and not the people who are doing the work. So, you know, I don't know. I just think it's a bit unbalanced. I mean, we could. I would certainly be happy to recommend it or ask them. A lot of van drivers and delivery people are going to have to change their vehicles over the next couple of years anyway. But why punish people now, coming out of COVID, and some people are clinging on by their fingernails? I think it'd be a bit unfair at this particular moment.
Okay, well, I can see it's not going to get the Sports Committee, but I think the only thing I'd say would be the onus would be on the owners, on the developers, to pay for the potentially more expensive
And also, Tom,
transport.
remember, from Monday, it's going to be Ulisse around this area, so people will automatically try their best to avoid the £12.50 a day.
Yeah.
But we don't want to put any undue pressure on small, especially those deliveries are going to be small businesses and one-man van type of thing.
Well, most, as you say, most of them will be converting with the introduction of ULEZ in any case. Okay, well, I won't push it any further. In which case, let's move to a vote on the application as is. Councillor Idris.
Approve.
In favour. Councillor Duncode.
In favour.
Councillor Schmetterling.
In favour.
Councillor Woodger.
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour as well. So I think that brings a close to today's proceedings. Thank you all very much
It's been a long night.
What's the time?